All right, how about, there we go. Okay. Don't know what happened there. Sorry. What does UCB stand for? I do not know. I do not know. Hi, DD, you look lovely. Thank you. I feel like a gremlin today. Hence the sweatshirt. Hence the everything else. But somebody, Avanemone, is on a 10 stream streak. Thank you so much for 450 channel points. That is awesome. Love the hat. This is my Pikachu hat. No, it's on this side. My little Pikachu. Universal community bacon. Real shit. Real shit. Thank you, Pixie VT. Bastion, you're streaming a lot more often recently. Yeah, I am. I'm trying to keep to Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then Sunday for Koa and I's like game day. Like if we're doing Sunday Fun Day stuff. Thoughts on Space Godzilla and being in the new GXK? Did they finally confirm that? Because like since the title was Supernova, everybody kind of assumed like space. I'm down. I'm for it. Give me actually a second. Let me show you my Space Godzilla love real quick. Like do me and my Space Godzilla gotta watch the trailer? Is that what you're telling me? Is there a new trailer out? Space Godzilla Queen? Hey baby. Space Godzilla Queen? We're just gonna have him chilling down in the corner. It's either Space Godzilla or a Gigan. To which I say, porque no los dos? Huh? Why not both? Why not both? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh, hell yeah. Redacted Dallas. I have a Space Godzilla figurine I got from, like, this Godzilla toy pack my aunt bought me from Suncoast Video in the 90s. It's probably a Trendmasters. Do you know if is it the blue one, kind of like this? Because there was a blue one, and the Trendmasters had a black one with, like, silver, red, and green. Oh, thank you, Marmar. Thank you so much. We'll get started. Hello, baby. Hello. You, okay. I'm going to feed everybody. I should have fed everybody. That's on me. I'll be right back. And Tim Streeter, don't go anywhere. Kurt Durker. There is always a woofer in my background. I always have it. I don't start a stream without my subwoofer. I wish the Lego Game Boy was a working Game Boy. I have my working one right here. My little beautiful thing. Tim Streeter, thank you. 5360. I was detained while protesting at Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis today. Thank you for being out there. I won't lol slamming me. Thank you for being out there. And how many people have like are out in the streets? Because every time I see new footage, it's like tens of thousands, it looks like. What is the give us the Tim Streeter person on the street interview? What's it looking like out there? Oh, Majilo of the Shadow. Spoilers, there's a mod that was released that lets you turn the Lego Game Boy into a Game Boy. Oh, I know. I want to. That's a little bit too busy for me right now, but I do want to do it at some point. Went to multiple protests with over 1,000 people. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Juliana, thank you for 29 months in a row. Goodness gracious. And Begrackled, thank you for $2. Uphold Antifa Wine Mom Thought, comrades. Based. In many areas, there are people forming neighborhood watches for ICE, blowing whistles and alerting people. I've seen, I should have put it in the notes, but I have seen so many people sharing that video of that one dumbass ICE officer slipping and falling, and like I'm seeing meme remixes and shit. I was just browsing the timeline and I saw somebody put Sub-Zero in that shit. like Kuai Liang, Sub-Zero, kicking an ICE officer's ass is very good for me. It's crazy how much more people are here than in 2020 and 2021. Spinning Game 4241. My mom saw the video and now she thinks I'm famous. Aw. It's weird. It's weird that you actually say that, because I had a very similar, like, getting mentioned by somebody way more famous than me today, because Tom Morello, I've been putting out tweets every now and again, like when I'm browsing and stuff, and a thought will just come into my mind. I don't spend, and you can go and look at my my tweet history. I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter or on Blue Sky. It's usually just like, this is my thought, put it out there. And lately, a lot of those have been popping off to the point where Tom Morello, the guitarist of Rage Against the Machine, retweeted one of them. So I know how weird that is, actually. Kuai Liang. Yes, Evan, you're right. Yeah, no, Max Danger, you can go look on Tom Morello's fucking Twitter feed right now, and you'll find one of my tweets, which is, oh, fucking crazy. So I know how it is. It's been warming up and getting cold in Minneapolis, so the ICE agents have no idea what to do about it. Yeah, fucking, the thing, so I'm sure there are ICE agents who live in that area or who are from, like, either the like Minneapolis, St. Paul area, or from just like the Midwest in general. But for the like ones who got shipped in from Texas, oh, they're in for a rude seasonal awakening. Having spent similar time period, I did not spend 4 months in Texas, but having spent several months in Minneapolis in the dead of winter, dude, they're not. Oof. When I tell people, or when I see, because a lot of people make fun of, like I've seen the pictures of these, dullards who have next to no real fitness standards or anything. I've seen all the memes calling them like Meal Team 6, Gravy Seals, also very good. But when I'm looking at all these people and they're wearing all these layers and padding, and I'm like, no, that's just what you got to wear to like stand outside in Minneapolis for more than 10 fucking minutes right now. It's crazy to think next year will be 10 years since my Game Informer internship. Mar, thank you very much for another 5 years. We are so close to fascism over here. I blame England. I think as a Scot, everyone should blame England for everything. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Finally, Scottish people and Irish people have something to agree on. Yeah, your nostril hairs freeze. Oh yeah, so I think I've told this story before, but when I was at the Game Informer offices, the old Game Informer offices in St. Paul, in downtown Minneapolis, and not St. Paul, sorry. I would walk there every day, which was like a 1.5 mile walk, which sounds not like, well, it's probably closer to 2 actually, because it took about 45 minutes. And I walk everywhere. I've never had a car as an adult. I know how, well, that's not true. My ex-wife and I had a car. But I walk everywhere. It's not a big deal. Public transport, let's go. But walking across the Mississippi, there's that bridge that's just perfectly flat. And when it's frozen over, it's hard to describe the feeling the wind like gives when it whips across the frozen surface of the river and just like literally it like lashes your face. Like you have to bundle the fuck up. It's crazy. Coldest I've ever been, hands down. Amy Van Hart, thank you very much for Prime for 12 months. And KThing5853, thank you for €2. You are not prepared. Insert 2020. Wow, meme. My partner and babe, we did the Owen Wilson thing on stream, didn't we? I don't know. Okay. I don't think we did. Who had the best Owen Wilson? Wow, we challenged each other yesterday. ICCC, thank you very much for subscribing. Sounds like Alaska. It's probably, I've never been to Alaska. I have a partner who grew up in Alaska, and so probably. It's too bad I can't post the video of me getting arrested here. Do you have a like a YouTube link or anything, Tim Strader? Octave.io. I deleted Twitter off my phone because the discourse was really getting to me. Entirely fucking fair. Now I feel behind in a lot of general news. Try, if you haven't tried it yet, I would try Blue Sky. Gakito-sama, hey, I just watched your video about trans representation in DC Comics and really liked it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that so much. That video is kind of unexpectedly popping off, but I feel I'm very happy with it. It was one that was a very quick turnaround. It was very small, but I'm happy that people want more cultural criticism and pop culture stuff. Because I would like to do more stuff like that. I would like to do more just like, here's a 15-20 minute video. Because it's still not, like, that video still, I went through my regular work process. I just kind of sped it up. Where I didn't, it's not like a fucking quartering video or Smash JT or any of these ding-dongs who will do, like, rant into the camera and for 11 minutes to reach the YouTube ad mark. Where, like, there was still a script. I sat down. I spent like an hour and a half, 2 hours writing the whole thing, coming up with my thoughts, doing a little bit of research. So if opportunities present themselves, I would really like to keep doing stuff like that. So I appreciate I really appreciate the feedback and the support on those. Do you think Law and Order is just a glorified cop soap opera? Yeah. In fact, a lot of people get their education from that show. I don't know about education. I think we get, like, this is where the idea of propaganda comes in. It's like we get so many ideas, and this is why it was so important. And a lot of people called it kind of too hand-wringy when people started talking about propaganda. I believe FD Signifier, he was the one. He had a really great video, I think, on bad boys and propaganda, which really resonated with me because I love those movies. And I grew up with the first two Bad Boys movies, and I liked the last two. And it's the kind of stuff that reinforces unwittingly a lot of the worst things in law enforcement and law enforcement culture. Tom5227, would you ever think about reviewing movies or TV shows? I have a whole movie review playlist. Excuse me. Thank you, Awesome Style. I don't know if we'll need the playlist today. Honestly, because I have kind of three things, excuse me, and two of them are a little bit longer the things I'm going to be reacting to. The Nick Shirley and Matt Walsh thing. So I may not need the playlist, but I do have it saved. Whoa. There you go, baby. There we go. Hello. Oh, we have a kibben. Hello. All right, let me look at the playlist really quick for you, Stella. Oh yeah, I have Willie D covering the Black Panther. You know what? Yeah, I will look at that. Kibben. Oh no, you cannot step on keyboard, baby. Oh, look at her. Look at how round she is. She said, "No, hide my face, mom." Oh, you're okay, baby. Oh, okay. She just wants to be right here. Okay. She is so purry. She's actually, here's the thing, Hammock, she's not that chunky. She's actually gotten really, oh, you know what? You know what? Good for you, baby. You're putting on a little bit more weight again. For a little while there, she was getting really skinny after she lost all her teeth. And I think she's been on that good goop diet, but she's just got like a lot of, she's not fat, because like I can feel her muscles in her stomach right now. And like I can feel her ribs a little bit. Like, so she doesn't have a lot of fat. She's just like really flabby, I guess. Like flabby and fluffy. Oh, I'm gonna see if I can get her to do it in the mic. No. She's such a baby. Oh, I love you too, baby. I love you too. Yep, chewy goop was the only goop my toothless Maine Coon would tolerate. So I've tried a lot of other, like, you know, packets and stuff. Oh, Elric, I definitely will. I completely forgot about that. I've not been doing a lot of upkeep on my OnlyFans, just because I'm working on so many projects right now, but I will get that back to you. And big primordial pooch. Carson Bandman, thank you very much for subscribing. Skip Intro has some good videos on how shows like Law and Order basically made people think that their rights are just trivial and they should talk to cops without a lawyer, because if they don't, then the suspect, yeah, oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Paige Wilder, OWO, you have a OnlyFans? Yeah. I've talked about it. Hello, Kevin. Hello. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, you are so snuggly today. Goodness. I love you. You know. Is that what you want? You just want head rubs. You just want bonks. Okay, and just rubbing my headphone off of my head. Okay. Okay, Kevin. Okay. And now I've got, y'all can't see it, but I got cat hair all over me now. I can feel it. All right, yes, I want to... She just like went right in my ear. I think the most recent vid was honestly a nice break from all the BS and news. Was refreshing reminder of simpler times. I mean, I may be doing more of that. I have so this week, I have a interview coming out. Because like I said, I'm focusing more on interviews and stuff in the coming year. And okay, you. Oh. We call her the thick lady. We call this one Grandma, because she got no teeth and she's old. Marmar, thank you very much for 2. Jesus, all a cat. And Squadies, I really needed the Wolfenstein video. Thank you so much. That is one of my favorite videos I've done. So also, if you don't know, or if you aren't following, I've started doing a lot more YouTube shorts and short form content. So those will pop up on your preferred platform of choice, whether that is TikTok, Instagram, or YouTube. If you have not seen those, or if you follow there, I don't do a lot of Insta, or I haven't in the past done a lot of Insta and a lot of TikTok stuff, but that will be changing this year. So go follow on all those platforms so you don't miss that content, because it will be... I'm starting off doing like short highlight clips and short, just like really good, succinct stream hits. But I will be moving into, I'm already thinking of like doing like short little skits and stuff too. How old is my cat? Oh my goodness, cat, you got fur all over me. How old is my cat? She is, it's hard to tell. We don't know because we adopted her. Yeah. Nia, so to speak. But that goes along with what I was going to say. Somebody asking about, oh, Vesper, you have an OnlyFans? Yes, I do. It's where I put all of my, it is not, so I should say, it's not full frontal. If anybody is looking for that, I don't do that. It is just kind of, it's boudoir, right? It's where I put a lot of my cosplay stuff. And it can be like light. It is like, don't get me wrong, some of it's NSFW, but it is not like hardcore or anything. Brother of GC, thank you very much. Hi, becoming a huge fan. Regarding the featherweight video, is there a way to course correct the character, or do you feel it's unsalvageable? So the reason why I said I think it's unsalvageable in the video is because I was thinking about it, and I think like, okay, a lot of people brought up the idea that featherweight as a character, and this is for those who don't know, this is the new DC trans character that just you know, came out as trans over the weekend, and a lot of people tore it apart, and it's what the most recent video is about. The reason why have I thought about cosplaying King from King of Fighters? I have. There are a ton of fighting game characters I want to cosplay. The one I want to get to this year, because I did a lot of the ones I wanted to do last year, which were Black Cat and Rogue. The one I want to get to this year is Testament from Guilty Gear, but like I want to do, I would have to get fake boobs for Biken, but I would love to do Biken too. But yeah, what was I saying? Sorry. Oh yeah. Do I feel it's unsalvageable? Yes, because it's not like, I think there is some truth to the idea that like if they pivoted and were like, okay, this is her first coming out when she's wearing this cringe Amazon Basic shit, and then okay, there we go from that to, you know, more just like regular dressing and looking trans representation. And the problems are kind of a lot of the stuff on the periphery of that, where it's stuff like, okay, well, her power set is just being like deceptively strong as a trans woman. And I find that a lot of people aren't talking about that, but that is one of the most problematic aspects of the character to me, is that it's just like, yeah, no, she just punches really good. She's just really tough. It's incredibly dumb. But then also the groomer stuff at the end is hard to ignore. I feel like, honestly, completely better to like just make either use some of the characters already exist, like Coagula, or like change her entirely. Anyway. Nita said, I have an old pair of face spine libertarians. Yeah, this is the problem. I've seen a lot of people. Let me scroll through this really quick. Just to show off some of my cosplays. These are not all cosplays. These are just pictures from the year. My Black Cat cosplay is the one that is currently the photo set that's featured on OnlyFans, if anybody's interested. But I just want to show that up. Anyway. It has been so fucking frustrating. I think these are... Seeing the liberals react, like Brooklyn Dad Defiant, one of the classics, one of the greats of the first Trump administration reply guys. Seeing him talk about how like Obama was known as the deporter in chief, but he did it without murdering anybody. And it's just like, yeah, that's the problem, dude. Like there is such a liberal focus on doing the same thing conservatives do, but making it look more polite. And it's just like, no, the problem is doing it fucking at all. Yeah, when we did ICE, we did it the right way. And that is the same thing, to go back to what Bruce Magnuson said, like, until Obama was president, it's like this shit is bad no matter who is doing it. And the thing I can hope for the most is that we actually get Democrats who will wield the same powers against conservatives, because that's the only way to course correct, I feel. Do the same shit that they are actively doing now. Oh, thank you, Elric. I can say the Black Cat cosplay is amazing. I appreciate that. Dr. Phosphorus, thank you for $10 as well. Goodness gracious. I'll be real. I had no idea you were doing that featherweight video, but it was a very pleasant surprise. I had no idea how bad it was, but you still did a good job covering it. Thank you so much. Like I said, I am. So somebody asked what I consider doing more movie and TV reviews. I have plans for the rest of this month already. I will be covering... Oh, I'm so excited. I'm waiting for a check to come through unless somebody wants to just give to the Ko-Fi. Because I need to get a Daily Wire Plus subscription for the, God, what's it called? The Pendragon cycle. And it is, let me see. And then, the other thing I'm doing. Let me read these real quick. Max's Animates, thank you very much for $5. Hey, DD and pals, just want to ask out of pure curiosity, but would shape-shifting be a viable power set for a LGBTQ plus superhero? Yes, but there are issues around that, particularly when it comes to, like, the stereotypes of trans feminine people tricking and deceiving people. One case that you can kind of look at for how the conversation around that can go was around Double Trouble and She-Ra, which was a very, like, I love Double Trouble. Double Trouble was a very big, like, anchor when I first came out and, or when I first, like, saw non-binary representation in media and realized, like, oh, that's kind of like me, obviously. But like there are ways to avoid those pitfalls, but it's, you know, it's kind of a complicated one. Rise Again 845, thank you for $2. The Masculine Urge to Cede Ground to Conservatives. Ooh, that's what Matt Walsh is all about. Didn't they kind of do that with Mystique and X-Men? I mean, no, because Mystique did not start as like a primarily queer or trans character. There is a Mystique started out as more of a like femme fatale stereotype, kind of like a Xenia Onatopp, right? Like somebody who can use their sexuality and espionage to, you know, get into tight spaces and do shit nobody else can do, and you know, she was like an assassin and all sorts of shit. On an alt account, you're some conservative influencer and maybe the Daily Wire will give you free access. I doubt it. It's so, yeah. So I'm doing two things this month for reviews for sure. One of them is going to be the Pendragon cycle. So Isaiah Wilson, I was thinking about, like, obviously I was thinking about pirating that shit so I don't have to give Ben Shapibo any money. But I want to be like I'm doing the same thing I did with Lady Ballers, which is like I am going to be one of the first, if not the first, reviews out for the whole thing. I want to be on that ground floor. I want to be speaking my piece about Daily Wire again. I have a fucking score to settle with them after they copyright stroke my Lady Ballers review. This shit is personal. This is like Jaws for the revenge, you know? You snuck into conservative Facebook boobs? Not me. That was actually Kaylin. But yeah, the other thing I'm looking at, so Ko and I went to see Primate the other night, and they played this trailer, which I had heard about, and I just kind of like, oh, okay, it's a Minority Report ripoff, basically. And then I saw the trailer and I was like, oh, dude, this is like pro AI surveillance state propaganda. But so I need to see the full movie before I say that, with like, that's what this is for sure. But the way it looks is like definitely seems like it is going to try and take the same Tron Ares tactic of like, yeah, well, some of this AI can be bad, but most of it's going to be pretty good and going to help us out. Or it could be like a total dystopian Black Mirror thing, but I kind of fucking doubt it. The trailer looks like a movie that should have come out in 2011. Like it is so, it just looks so dated and so performative in like, just like we protect people and we do all this shit. It has the tenor of Judge Dredd, or Dredd without the satirical edge that made that movie work so well. When new Twitch sub logo designs? I don't think I've had one of those in a minute. I need to I don't know. I will have to look into that. But I really think that this movie is going to be like kind of dead on arrival, and I think it's going to be one that not a lot of people go see. But I'm gonna go see it. I'm gonna go see it, and I'm gonna report on it because I think it is very. I've not seen Aries, but all I've heard about it tells me I'm so glad I did, and I adored Legacy, but going beyond that sounds terrible. If you haven't watched Uprising, I would watch that. I know. M Dragon 5536. I love how often Chris Pratt ends up in these garbage DTR action movies. I thought this was going to be another fucking the Tomorrow War or whatever the fuck that Amazon original was. Anyway. Let's watch this first. Willie D Live talking about the Black Panther Party on the ground. You've probably seen a little bit of this going around. Hey, dog. I can see my camera wobbling, so I know Lady is in the corner. Hey, dog. Hey, dog. She's so good. I just go to move a little bit, and she's like, okay, I'll go, Mom. All right, I'm gonna go grab my drink real quick, and then I'll set this to play so y'all can get in this.
What's up, family? Members of the Black Panther Party in Philly were standing on the sidewalk minding their own business when the police pulled up as usual and started harassing a group of black men. Well, they found out rather quickly that this was not just your average group of black men. These were black men who knew their rights and were not afraid to exercise them.
Let's go. Let's go.
I can hold my gun.
I've watched this cat before. I like Willie D. I'm glad you added this to the list, Stella, because I have. I'm trying to remember when I've seen his takes on stuff, but like I definitely know his cadence and his face. I feel like I've seen him reacting to something before. Is the title of this video actually "Lamb Chop Loves You"? No, the title. It is "Armed Black Panthers Force Philly Police to Back Down." That was the title of the playlist that Stella, my mod Magar, made for me.
Like this is the law. Philadelphia Crime Code 6108 says I can hold my long arm in my hand. This can't hit my finger on the trigger, but it's not. So don't ask me to do nothing that's against the law.
Knowing the statutes, let's fucking go. That's so good for me. So this is where knowing the law comes in handy. And this is invaluable right now, not just for, and I would say it's extra invaluable. Oh, I know Willie D was in the Ghetto Boys. But I'm like, I am not, I don't think I'm remembering his voice from tracks. Like I've watched stuff of his before. Noticed Christy Gnome's podium today? No, I did not. I haven't watched his shit. Or her shit. Soy Pill, Dark Viper, AU, and Organized Chaos. Why, Big Jerry, why do you watch so many at the time?
Can I help you? I'm out here minding my business. I'm out here to control and watch you. Anything else? Because you guys like beating up our teenagers. Somebody sent us a video of y'all beating up teenagers. Y'all, wasn't it? Huh? It was y'all. You part of that. It was y'all. It was y'all.
Velkin 999, cops very rarely know the statutes, so it's like talking to a brick wall. Exactly. Like that is when I find it. Okay, I guess I'll have to look that up. One of ours fact check. What? At One World Trade. I'm fucking sorry. What? No. Stop it. I wanna see this. Czech village, and the Nazis killed every single resident of the village in response. One of ours, all of yours. Calling everything you dislike Nazi propaganda is tiresome. Maybe stop making direct Nazi propaganda. Like every other day, I feel like the DHS has some shithead Zoomer Groiper meme and some like horrible meme edit, and it's just verbatim the fucking 14 words, or it's like something Joseph Goebbels wrote down as a Snapple fact once. And every time you're like, yo, that's fucking Nazi propaganda. And they're like, I do not know what you're talking about. Why would you say this? This is not Nazi propaganda. It is not Nazi propaganda to say that we must make a homeland for us and for our children and prevent the invading Mongol hordes from getting in. This is not a bad... Like, we're calling everything Nazi propaganda because when you act like Nazis, it's a very classic thing. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, talks like a duck, most people assume it's a duck. The thing is, if you act like Nazis, have the exact same slogans as Nazis, dress like Nazis, advocate for Naziist ideas, when people call you Nazi, it is no longer shorthand for being ultra-conservative or having some kind of fascist leaning. It's just being a Nazi. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Raiders. Sapatra, thank you for following. Liddy Bros, holy shit, a bunch of people. Oh my gosh, DJ Moel, thank you for raiding with a party of 99. Storghost, Trash Pant Ho, Scott Ward, Antifa Secretariat, and Stargazer Steph, thank you all for following. We are just covering this horseshit from Christy Nome. That is fucking insane. The SS, or Schutzstaffel, were a collective in Nazi Germany that, quote, assumed lead responsibility for security, identification, settlement, and population policy, oversaw the horrific concentration camp system. Jesus. That is so, like, that is, at a certain point, you can't feign ignorance with the optics. At a certain point, and this point was long ago. This point is not new by any metric. You don't have one of ours, all of yours on something which, first off, unfortunately, the guy's still drawing breath. So that's not exactly, it's this battered wife idea where it's just like, well, stop making me hurt you. That's the same thing. Tom Homan is going out there on CNN being like, well, yeah, we need to de-escalate, otherwise there's going to be more bloodshed. And it's like, okay, see, that's the way abusers talk. Like, why are you making me do this? Why are you making me hurt you? Don't you want me to love you? Like, I'm trying to do this, but you're just making me hurt you over and over. And it's like, no, buddy. Yeah, and that, Magar, that is a really good point. It's like, even if it's wasn't, written down, it wasn't the fucking live, laugh, love mantra in Himmler's kitchen. Like, just because it wasn't verbatim a Nazi slogan, it does not absolve the fascistic intent behind it, which is, and the thing that I see when I see one of ours, all of yours, the thing I hear is that one fucking quote from, is Godfather, like, they put one of our boys in the hospital, we put one of theirs in the morgue, like that kind of shit is what I hear. Department of Labor Socials put up a one homeland, one heritage post. Yeah, I saw that. I feel like it's the same chud dork behind all these things, because it's such a Zoomer Groiper brains aesthetic that is unifying to all of the like DHS posting. And it's just only one person can really can have that cringe. There's no way that there's multiple ding dongs moving like that in the admin. Zugash Villain, thank you for following. Honorary Glitch, thank you for following or subscribing. And Forrest Gump, thank you for following. Copycats pretending they're ICE and have kidnapped people while posing as ICE. Yeah, Yenzo, I saw somebody yesterday was getting yelled off because the cops didn't interact with them, but they were like literally trying to abduct with no ICE identification. They just said they were ICE. They were just kitted out in some tack gear that they probably bought off fucking Amazon and were trying to like abduct a girl. Okay, let's go back to Willie.
You don't like to be labeled in with the slave catchers. You shouldn't have touched their boat, sellout. You are a sellout. You wearing their shit. You are a sellout. You ain't.
That's rough. That's rough. Getting dressed down by another black man for being a black police officer and being told in the most clear and concise way how that is a just objective betrayal of your community, of people like you, of the history of law enforcement in America. That's got to be like when I saw those National Guard members start to get teary and cry when people would talk about, like, would your mom be proud of this? When I was down in LA and they had just like abuelas on the front line being like, your mother is ashamed of you right now. And you would see people be like, fuck, like I gotta get out of the front line.
Protect the shit. You got to do whatever they tell you to, including hurt your people. Because you're walking up to me and I don't like you and I don't trust you and I don't got no conversation with you. So unless you're investigating the crime, leave me the fuck alone.
When I'm here,
I don't care. I got a gun license right here. This is legal. Philadelphia crime code 6108. Move your car out of people's way and get the fuck out of my face. Thank you, officer.
Have a good day.
Yeah, Mackenzie, I sure did. Did you hear Trump say the Civil Rights Act is unfair for white people, or ended up being like creating races? I saw that, which is like, look, people want to fucking be like, well, Charlie Kirk was like, you know, he was just for open debate and conversation and he was just a little ooh bean. But that was the same, that's the same fucking line that Charlie Kirk had. It was the same, like, no, actually, I think the Bill of Rights was a mistake because the
slave catchers hired you to help catch their property, which was us. Slave catchers controls the origin of that bag. You bitch ass nigga, the fuck out of here. Go where you're needed. We don't need your help. Get out the fucking street. Like your supervisor said, get out the fucking street. Get out the fucking street. Go with him. Go with him. Get out the fucking street. You blocking traffic. Get out the fucking street. Get the fuck out the street.
Do Not Dear, thank you for following. Ernenaru Tarugo, thank you for following. Uncle Simric, thank you for $5. Everyone, did you exercise today? The fastest did. Why haven't you? Keep fighting the good fight, Vesper. I have. I exercise a little bit every day. I was actually, it's slightly warming up, so I am hoping that soon I'll be able to go for runs again because it has been too cold to take the pupper for runs in the morning like I do. Like I like to on my 3-mile walk.
Thought you was gonna disarm?
Woof.
I ain't got no problem with that. Yeah, man. That's how you handle those cowards who only ride on people when they have 3 things, 1 or 3 things: size, weaponry, or numbers. And that's how they do it. But he not only knew his rights, he cited law. Yeah. These uncivilized mutts need to be stopped. But he said, unless you're investigating a crime, leave me the F alone. And get out of the way, you're blocking traffic. Move your vehicle.
Jay Hilfiger, it is.
Yeah, man. Straight up. Move your vehicle. Go where you're wanted.
And you know, that's actually a really I was talking about, and I kind of shared earlier, the video of the ICE agent slipping and how humiliation, because if you haven't seen the video yet, let me actually go see if I can look it up really quick, because it's a fucking incredible video. Nah, whatever. It'll take me there. No. Here we go. Because if you haven't seen it, the slip itself is very funny. But then what happens after, he is surrounded by people filming and cheering. He literally retreats back to his car in shame and drives the fuck away. And this kind of humiliation is so... it's detrimental to them. It really is. I talked about it a little while ago, but the representative who was shitting on Kristi Noem and her stupid little outfits and her stupid little cowboy hat, and we're like, well, she looks ridiculous. She's an embarrassment. That shit is so incredibly cutting to fascists and to authoritarians in general. Insulting their sense of aesthetics, letting them know how embarrassing, how unsightly, how ridiculous they look constantly is one of the most surefire ways to socially curb their behavior, or at least to make people hesitate from emulating them. Because it is so important to them that they present an image of unquestioned strength and authority. And the second that is undermined, they have no substance to stand on. The Vanity Fair photos. Oh, yeah, no, the Vanity Fair photos. Those ugly ass photos of everybody in the White House. This to me, and I realize, because you have to ride this line of kind of liberal intent and what is peaceful protest and what is peaceful opposition and what does it actually accomplish. And this is where I think dark woke, it comes in handy, where you should be able to insult these people's appearances, because at the end of the day, you can point out the logical fallacies in Ben Shapiro's or Matt Walsh's arguments, but they don't fucking care. They know about it. They don't care because they've already fabricated and come to their preconceived conclusions. Give me just 1 second. I gotta kiss my baby goodbye. Okay, there you go. Yeah, they don't care about hypocrisy at all. It doesn't matter to them. And as we've seen from people like Asmongold lately, from people like Matt Walsh, people like Nick Shirley, like this, nothing really matters to them except for aesthetics, except for visibility. Like Matt Walsh, great example. Up until recently, Matt Walsh, for years, as long as I've been watching his shit, well, not watching, but you know what I mean, reacting to his stuff, keeping tabs on him, he has been a staunch anti-interventionalist. And what that means is that he is somebody who does not want the U.S. Army or military apparatus engaged in any overseas wars, doesn't want us intervening in any other affairs, doesn't want us taking shit over. He wants to focus on Americans first, America first. That's what they all fucking say. The second that we do an illegal war crime on Venezuela and we kill a bunch of brown people and abduct their president, Matt's all fucking about it. And he'll make all sorts of, well, no, actually, this isn't the same thing, and this is actually entirely different. This isn't nation building, blah, 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 and all this shit. Because they don't care about being called on their bullshit. They know it's bullshit. They know. What they care about is looking strong, looking manly, looking tough. Projecting an image of strength. And you know, this is why you see Tucker Carlson, another great example, a complete fop, right? Tucker Carlson is a dandy little boy. He is just like Bob's Big Boy if it grew up with a silver spoon. Like, you could not find a more prim, manicured, maybe Donald Trump, but a more prim, manicured, foppish dandy of a lad. A trust fund baby from literally the cradle. Private schools, the whole nine. There is not one more like that in the conservative movement, again, albeit except for probably Donald Trump. And yet, his entire aesthetic, when you look at his stupid little like cabin that he records in and shit, his entire aesthetic is based around projecting these ideas of masculinity. It's the same thing with Andrew Tate. It's the same thing with all these manosphere influencers, is they want to look cool as hell. They want to look tough and, you know, I got my Bugatti and I'm smoking cigars and I've got my scotch and I'm sitting here shirtless in my fucking kimono and like all this bullshit. It's all a facade. It's why they get so fucking bent out of shape when you call them pussies and bitch made. Like, because that's their core worldview, is how cool, how masculine, how traditional can I be? It's all fucking aesthetics. And when you undermine that, they have nothing else. This is universal for most of the modern conservative movement. It doesn't matter if you're talking about groypers online who go by their stupid, like, Nazi anime girl avatars, or if you're talking about Matt Walsh and making fun of his dumb little metrosexual lumberjack outfits. Like, it's just ridiculous, and you need to call it out when you see it. You need to let these fucking dorks know. I was as part of my research into the Destiny video, which I am full throttle editing for the rest of the week. Hopefully, then I'll be out by Friday. Hopefully, it'll be out by Friday. But I watched Destiny react to Sam Hyde and Nick Fuentes talking about some bullshit, and the video was Sam Hyde and Nick Fuentes indoors, and one of them, or both of them, or a bunch of them, there were multiple people wearing sunglasses indoors. And it's just like, that shit, that's the kind of stuff that you grow up thinking it's okay to do in your 30s or late 20s when you don't have enough social structures around you to inform you how cringe and embarrassing it is. Unironically, wearing sunglasses indoors, loser fucking behavior. You don't look cool, dude. You don't look cool. You look like the kid who comes to school in a trench coat and fingerless leather gloves, but then the rest of your outfit is like beige khakis and a fucking Zelda t-shirt. Like, that's what people see when they look at you. It's just fucking cringe. And Dark Woke is all about letting people fucking know that. Anyway, I want to go back to Willie
go where, and more importantly, go where you need it. Why the hell are they harassing innocent people? I'm gonna tell you something that those cops would not have done. Specifically that black one. He would not have pulled up on a group of white men who were open carrying. He would not have done that and started asking them questions about why you got your hand on.
They were cargo shorts and a dragon t-shirt. Koa has a funny, well, it's they love it. And actually, in fairness, they make it work. But they have a, like, it's like those cringe dragon mid-2000s dragon t-shirts. But it's a tiger, and it like has tattoo designs and Japanese writing, and so I think of that automatically. So it's, I don't know, they're really cute when they wear it. Lady French, thank you for $2. Tucker used to wear bow ties in the 2000s. Yes, and then, like, okay, that's a perfect example. Tucker used to wear bow ties until Jon Stewart, this is famous, Jon Stewart insulted him and he stopped wearing them. This is, oh my gosh, look, he's always had the same shape. which is kind of impressive in a way. Like, he's just kind of metamorphosed over time. Fascists should be... Jackie saying, thank you for $10. Fascists should be afraid. They should be ridiculed. They should be very afraid. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is why, like, there are certain things. So going back to this, there are certain things as protests ramp up, as people begin to tear down the borders between, oh, no, we need to keep everything peaceful, and actually these motherfuckers need to get out of our city, you know, if, ands, or buts, and we need to, like, if we're going to be about this shit, we need to be about this shit. Lady. Where'd my dog go? Oh, there you are. You're okay. Never mind. There are going to be a lot of talks about what is useful and what is not useful in the context of a protest. Standing around holding signs doing nothing, not useful. Insulting these motherfuckers to their face and overwhelming them until they retreat, absolutely useful. They can't stand that shit. It is crushing to them to know that so many people hate them for the path that they have chosen. Additionally, seeing the noise protests where people are playing drums outside the hotels where ICE agents are staying, so good. So good. Because then people are like, well, actually, the ICE agents will just put in earplugs. Okay, first off, earplugs do not stop vibrations. If you are playing loud enough, if you have speakers loud enough outside, vibrating the walls, vibrating the bed, feeling that shit will still keep you up. Secondly, any efforts to deprive them of sleep during their deployments and occupations of cities is good. Any effort. Keeping them from eating regularly, sleeping regularly, keeping them from any regular activities is exactly the kind of subtle torture methods used by the CIA, used by the intelligence apparatus to make people more amenable, make people more susceptible to influence. Slowly making them go crazy. I have to get behind that. That's fucking good. Yeah, if they're in a grocery store, clown on them. If they're in Target, dunk on them. If you see somebody, a group of people, and here's the important distinction though, because what we're looking at with Willie in a second, there is a difference, and I've talked about this. The difference between an ICE agent and a police officer is that you can quote local statutes, like we saw with the Black Panthers in this Willie D video. You can quote local statutes at a police officer. They probably won't know them. They'll probably take your word for it. But at the end of the day, if it's recorded, if there's multiple witnesses around, they will care. The difference between a police officer and an ICE agent is ICE agents do not have that accountability. They are not being held to any kind of standard right now. So when people pull out, and again, this is the pointlessness of holding out hypocrisy as some kind of standard, is when you go in the ICE handbook, or you go in the Department of Homeland Security's handbook and their training guidelines and stuff, and you're like, well, actually, and I've seen a lot of people do this, where they're like, well, you're not supposed to stand in front of cars when de-escalating a situation. Jonathan Ross did all of this wrong. They don't give a shit. Do you think that's going to stop them? No. Because in the last couple of days, how many stories have we heard about ICE agents openly threatening people, being like, hey, did you hear that we just shot one of you people? You need to fucking move on. And stuff like that. To civilians. To unarmed, unthreatening people on the street. They do not fucking care. So if you do try and humiliate them, if you do approach them, if you do anything like that, you need to be recording literally every interaction, and you need to be doing it in groups. I cannot stress enough the importance of group, community, and recording. And I mean every interaction. Because it doesn't matter if they're just walking down the street. If you catch them slipping on ice, that's going to be seen by 10 million people the world over. It's going to be remixed. It's going to be a fucking embarrassment for them. If you see them harassing and assaulting somebody, you need to get it from another angle that nobody else is. Because if there is one thing we should take away from the murder, the extrajudicial slaughter of Renee Nicole Good, if there's one thing we should take away from it, it is that, because people have talked about, like, okay, well, why aren't people, talking about the black man who was murdered by ICE in LA, I believe it was, or was it, I think it was LA. There was another woman who was murdered in Portland. And the difference isn't necessarily, I have a whole thing about this. Like, yes, there is a strong element of the fact that this is a white woman that is getting a lot of people to wake up and be like, oh shit, this is someone who looks like me. Unfortunately, in America, that's the way it be. But it is more so that the incident was caught from multiple angles in 4K, undeniably placing all of the blame at the feet of the officer and all of the agents involved. You can't deny, you can't contort and twist the narrative when people can see the truth for themselves. This is the type of shit that turned the public against the Vietnam War. The public dissemination of information is one of our greatest weapons in any conflict. And at a time when every facility of control, every, what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Institution, from the government itself to the tech oligarchs like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, the dickheads at Palantir, when everybody is trying to censor, to alter, and skew reality in their image, the ability to subvert that and show people how reality really is, invaluable. Yeah. John Bainbridge, Rodney King was the first public case of police violence because it was the first case caught on tape. I mean, it wasn't the first public case of police violence. It was one of the first, like, publicly televised cases. Like, the which, by the way, was also shit that was caught all throughout the 60s. So it was not the first public case by any stretch. But the reason why Rodney King was such a flashpoint, why it was such a massive inflection point, wasn't because, like, people were like, oh shit, like, black Americans, black people in LA were not like, oh my god, it turns out, have y'all heard about this, that police are just beating black people? Because those communities already knew that. They had been under assault for literally decades, kept in, like, you were talking about coming out into the 90s. Rodney King was 93 or so. I believe the Rodney King riots were 1992. So close. But you are talking about, this is still prime time of the Reagan era project to push crack cocaine into the city streets, to basically justify the war on drugs. And like that shit was the beginning of what we can now look around and see as the, like, surveillance state and the justifications therefore. The thing with Rodney King, and the thing that got so many people, it was the fact that it was one of the first times that people could see clearly, undeniably, that the brutality waged by the state on helpless and innocent civilians. Was Emmett Till police or just regular racists? Emmett Till, I believe, was racists. I mean, like, Emmett Till is one of those cases which is unfortunately incredibly common when you go back through history and you look at, God, it's the history of lynchings and vigilante murders. I'm going to call them murder because they're not vigilantism at all. They are just, like, cracked out backwoods crackers murdering people. Like, that's what it is. But when you go back through the history of that, the amount of times, especially in the South, especially during, the Reconstruction era, Jim Crow, like, all the way up through there, when you go back through the lists of people believed to have been lynched, murdered for being a person of color in the wrong part of town or in the wrong community, I guarantee you 99.9999999 times out of 100, there is police involvement in either covering it up, removing culpability from local family members. Because, like, they were absolutely right in that the interrelatedness of police structures in America and racism are like this. Emmett Till was a Klan murderer. The woman who accused him for whistling at her confessed on her deathbed that she lied. Yes. U.S. forces reportedly disguised attack aircraft as civilian plane in September's Venezuela boat strikes. A fucking war crime, I'm sure. Shocking. Yeah, I saw that. Awesome Stella. Fucking. I mean, what made Emmett Till's passing so it stood out from other instances? It was the. And again, it's hard to. I don't want to get too into the weeds on this, because this is a topic that when you get into racialized crime and murder of Black Americans, and particularly African American men, as an Emmett Till is a perfect example, as weaponized by white women. Like, white women tears has been a thing for fucking ever. Again, listen to Black communities because they know this shit. I don't want to get my facts wrong because so many of these things are so fragile. But the Emmett Till thing, to my recollection of what I've read about it, what I've studied on it, the thing that made it so galling and shocking was just the severity and the fact that it was a literal child. It is... Yeah, you know what? That's actually Paige Wilder. That's a good idea. Like Emmett Till was, and again, I don't want to get too grotesque here, because this shit is hard. Hard to go through, hard to, and especially if I have any Black people in the audience, I don't want to, like, this is shit, and I want to, okay, because I know, I think I have a couple people in the chat. Who are people of color, whether you are Black, whether you're biracial, Black passing, whatever. I want to ask a question, only not to the white people in my audience, but particularly to Black people and any other people of color. Did your parents sit you down for the talk when you were young about police officers, about interacting with law and police? And then let me know, like, roughly when you grew up, because I kind of want to see something, if that's applicable. Bruce Maxson, thank you for $5. As Coda set in chat, vids go viral, facts don't. Exactly. Don't I fucking know it. Jackie sent, thank you for $5. Some of those who work forces are the same who burn crosses. Did you miss that? Tom Morello retweeted me. Yep. Ace E9 1000. Ghost EA 10. Yep. Magar, thank you for 3 months. Keep them from sleeping by nonstop blasting. How would you like a tatty by Moxie Floxy at their hotel? I would just go with tub thumping, honestly. CR Rent, thank you for $20. Also, if ICE agents are followed by loud protests everywhere they go, hotels will refuse them service. Ooh, we're so close to that already. We're so close to that. No, my parents are white. What? I said not white. After Rodney King, yep. I don't need the talk. My grandfather and godbrother were murdered by police. Yep. Sonic, yes. I'm biracial, was adopted by white people, and no, but they definitely should have. That's another, I have heard that from other people as well. Yes, around middle school, it was my brother more than me. He was 9. My parents did post 9/11. I'm white passing, but also had my encounters with it. Yes. I was 13. More like authority figures. Yep, I'm of color. See? And this is the kind of thing, because I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat being like, well, I'm white, my parents did. That's what I'm talking about. This is shit that is, when people talk about generational trauma, particularly as it applies to minority communities, these are things that white people, we don't really have experience with growing up. These are very seldom things that we have to worry about. And that's not to say that, like, every white person has a family that, you know, trusts cops. Like, they're going to be leftists, and they're going to be hippies and being like, oh, well, you know, just calling cops pigs and like all this other stuff. But there is history. There is deep-seated trauma that runs through the lifeblood of so many communities in America. Yep. At age 7, was told not to look in the back when a cop is driving in the car. Oh, you're good. Like I don't need everybody. If you're not comfortable talking about it, you don't need to. You're totally fine. I had to teach myself. I'm glad I did. I'm Eurasian. Had neighbors call the cops on me for false alarm. Jesus. I've had the talk. One confident wreck. I've had the talk with my sons. I never thought I'd have to, and it's heartbreaking. Unarmed cousin killed by law enforcement. Live on a res. Jesus, that's fucking. We have I hate that shit. Funnily enough, my whole family are white as fuck. My dad sat me down and had the cop talk when I was like 10. Always film them. Don't say shit. Mayako Yamada, base dad. Base fucking dad. That's fucking scary as shit. Zugash villain. My white parents in Alabama explicitly told me that the cops only hurt black people, but they said it like it's a good thing. And how's therapy going? I'm joking, but also Jesus Christ. Woof. But yeah, Emmett Till. So the other thing that goes along with this conversation of generational trauma and the shit that white people don't understand or know is that when you see things like, you know, for example, there is a lot of conversation, particularly in Hollywood, about, you know, when black actors win Academy Awards. And how often that used to coincide, and it's gotten slightly better. It still happens every now and then, you know, like with Green Book. But it used to coincide with very specific roles, those being like either subservient in some way or outright like slaves, right? You know, Glory, Amistad, movies like that. Which, by the way, great films. But for so long, it was this kind of like... For me, I've always seen the critical acclaim, particularly among white critics, for things like that as almost a tacit admission of, like, not being able to empathize outside of these very specific things and these experiences. And the really, like, galling thing is that so many white people, even in those like... fictional sandboxes, right? Like even within the framing of a movie about the Civil War, about slaves, Driving Miss Daisy, Driving Miss Daisy winning over Do the Right Thing. Like, you cannot get a better fucking example. Like, are you fucking kidding? Like, don't get me wrong. Morgan Freeman, the GOAT. Like, Morgan Freeman is great in Driving Miss Daisy. But over fucking Radio Raheem? Are you kidding? The fuck? Anyway. Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing. If you've never seen Do the Right Thing, go put that on your watch list for tonight. Incredible fucking film. Also, a very young Giancarlo Esposito is in that movie and is fucking great. Yeah, hell of a film. I forgot where I was going. Tacit admission. The real problem with the way a lot of these things are represented back to us in media, whether it be police violence, whether it be the generational racial struggles of black people, black communities, other communities of color, is that when it is presented to us, even with the sheen of being absolutely horrifying, being crimes against humanity, it is never even close to capturing how truly horrifying, inhumane, brutal, dehumanizing people were actually treated. One of the only times I've really seen, and this is kind of ironic because he's a piece of shit, one of the only times I've really seen, like, for example, torture devices that were used during the Civil War was in Django Unchained. Tarantino, piece of shit. But having those moments of just absolute torture is reflective of a reality that so many people are, I think, legitimately are not ready to process. When people talk about American society being built on the bones and bodies of minorities, they're not just talking about, like we have these ideas in our head, and this is why when people talk about, like, oh, fuck Gone with the Wind, right? It's because you have these stereotypes. Fuck Aunt Jemima, fuck Uncle Ben. You have these stereotypes that people look at and they're like, oh, it was outdated, but it was a different time. And what they are doing, it is essentially whitewashing the true horror and terror of what happened and how people were genuinely subjugated to this kind of the fucking, like, Song of the South type shit, where it is like, oh, it's a little gauche, but no. The problem isn't that it's outdated. The problem is that it gives people an idea of what that time was really like that completely assuages any culpability of the society that built itself upon that cruelty. Where people can go, yeah, but my family didn't do that. And then people were talking about a while ago how, I think it was in another stream where somebody was like, yeah, my family members had photos of lynchings. Because it wasn't enough for people to brutally murder and dismember often innocent black people for no real crime at all outside of being horrible racists. It wasn't enough. People treated lynchings, hangings, murders in these small fuck-ass inbred hick backwood cracker towns as holidays, as public gatherings. People don't get what it looks like when people were lynched. It wasn't just people getting around and, like, kicking them when they're down and then ending with a hanging. People would be dragged. Like, I cannot go into how truly graphic and horrifying the shit was. Dismemberment, body parts taken as fucking souvenirs. Photos, family photos taken with hanging bodies. That is America. When people talk about, a CRT is, they're trying to make white people feel guilty about this shit. It's not about making white people feel guilty, because I don't feel guilt over this. I don't have white guilt over shit I didn't do. Much like I don't have did this because I didn't do that shit. I don't know the motherfuckers who did that. I'm doing my own stuff. I have my own accomplishments to be proud of, but I don't need somebody else's to substitute in for me. And just like I am not going to take on the guilt of what other people did. That being said, to be able to properly prevent something, to be able to diagnose an issue, you have to understand it. You have to study it and understand history and how all of these things affect our present, because they do. So when people lie about, which it is a lie, don't let it escape you. When people say, like, they just want white people to feel guilty and all that, it's a fucking lie, and they know that. It is just people covering their ears, burying their heads in the sand. Because America is factually not the happy-go-lucky paradise utopia that they were fucking sold in children's books when they were a kid. Sorry, I went off on one. Jay the Cryptid, thank you very much for $5. The Andean Pish Taco monster is rooted in what conquistadors did to dead indigenous bodies. Conquistador, like it literally is. It goes back to the very beginning, when the first Europeans rolled up on the shores of the New World. This Reality Bites, thank you for having me. Dead Domain, I found your stream exceptional. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much, Reality Bites. Zugash Villain, I moved just a couple years ago. Multiple neighbors have since told me where the neighborhood lynching tree was, even if it hadn't been used in decades. This mess ain't gone. There's still white folks sitting at home craving the chance. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like, guess where they're working now? ICE. Yeah, Jackie Sins, you have to own the history even if it's ugly. Learn from the past so it's not repeated. Exactly. It is not about white guilt. It is not about making people feel guilty or anything. And people need to pivot away from that language because it has been so weaponized to the point where people hear CRT. They hear about critical race theory. They hear about the racist history of America and they go like, well, that's just trying to... Like, no, it's not about that. It's about understanding. It is about power through knowledge. Awesome, Stella. I got shown in history class that infamous photo of white people smiling and taking photos in front of a lynched body. Yeah. And one of the reasons why I don't want to go too far into Emmett Till is that there is a horrifying, very famous photo of Emmett Till. I cannot stress enough. I know some people in the chat are going to go look it up because human curiosity is like that. But have a strong stomach. If you truly want to understand what this shit looks like, you have a strong stomach. You need one. Racists are claiming Columbus was Jewish. That's fucking funny. That's fucking funny. He was an Italian hero. End of story. Jay the Cryptid. Oh, already read that one. Fight now, but thank you for 10 bits. Got into a discussion about white privilege with a coworker. I basically summed up 2 years of sociology in a sentence. Quote, personal racism isn't the problem. Institutional racism is what we're talking about. Exactly. And one informs the other. Yep, Tristan Lofting. I saw that photo of Emmett Till in an accident years back. It's fucking rough. And J Kung 5688. Thank you for super chatting. $2. The comforts of white people prioritize. Yeah, context for the photo. After he was killed, he was thrown in the river and he got bloated. It's and you know what? Honestly, because I saw somebody saying, yeah, so I want to address two things people are talking about. Thumb Warrior DX, the gruesome one was in one of my school history books with no warning. I think that's good. I know I just gave like a content warning for looking it up, but genuinely, we do such a dog shit job of informing children of the true brutality of events that have happened in human history. It's the reason why the sanitization of historical education in this country is the reason why we have so many dork-ass dipshit Gen Z chuds going like, well, America is founded by white people, for white people, and we need to go back to being a white country. And also the Holocaust didn't happen. Is because when their brains are still forming, they get all this dumbass conspiratorial bullshit from Aiden Ross and Andrew Tate and whatever else the algorithm fucking feeds them. Meanwhile, there's nothing to counteract those narratives in the actual history that they're getting taught. Like, how many people here learned about and actually saw pictures and videos of the Holocaust in class? I didn't. Exactly. Coyote. People need to see images of violence if they're old enough. People need to see the reality of our world. My school took us to the Holocaust Museum. That's actually pretty cool. Videos went to the Holocaust Museum. Damn. It's state mandated in Wisconsin. Okay, Wisconsin. I never had this. I am glad to hear that a bunch of people apparently did. El Salve, thank you for $5. How could MAGA and Nazis hate trans women and women of color so much, yet love simping off to corn of them? I bet your haters simp to your OF pics too. I don't know about that. I did have, I had a good laugh with Koa about it because I had a couple days ago, I went to my OnlyFans and, you know, I just keep tabs on like how many new subscribers and stuff in case I need to do a new promotion or something. And every now and then, somebody subs to my profile, and then I can only guess in a fit of shame deletes it, which is so funny. Yeah, my biggest Throne supporter is a Mega Chud. I don't think mine is. My biggest Throne supporter, Mr. X, love you. The GOAT, the God. I think that they're just, thankfully, I think they're just a cool person. So I hope they're not a Chud. I don't think they are. Mayako Yamada, public school in Hawaii. We learned about Hawaiian history and the overthrow of and attempted cultural erasure of the Hawaiian language and culture, and how we are different than the Americans. Awesome. Actually, I want to recommend another movie. First off, if you don't follow me on Letterboxd, I'm kind of on a movie journey right now. I asked, but I got so many responses I wasn't expecting. I was expecting like 10. I got hundreds of responses when I asked people, "What's your favorite obscure movie?" I just want to watch good movies, like movies I've never heard about, movies I've never seen. And now my watch list on Letterboxd, which is Bad Durandal, BADDURANDAL, if you want to go follow. One of the movies I saw recently that I scroll through now the watch list, and I like literally blindly pick one. Be like, okay, I'm gonna see if this is on Tubi, see if this is on. I don't have Netflix anymore. And I just like. I watched a great movie called Whale Rider, which was a like centered on a Maori tribe, I believe in New Zealand, or around there. And between that and then Primate, which Primate is a good. And anyway, I could go on about those. I do want to get back to. See, I completely forgot we were talking about Jon Stewart. Okay. Real teacup. I'm not sure how to feel about the fact that American dystopia is so terribly fucked that it bothers me more than shit that happens in my own country. You're telling, I mean, hey, we're living here. We're living here. Oh no, this is Tucky. This is Tucky Tum Tums. This is Tucker Carlson. This is not. This is not that. I have family buried at Krakow, Passau, and when my schooling barely covered it, I was horrified. Yeah. Recently got a reminder to look up Primate. I guess an ad caught my attention a while back. I loved Primate. I really did. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, damn, like that's a movie with style. That movie goes. Koa really liked it too. Mayako Yamada, Picture Pride is such a harrowing movie. Japanese immigrants lured to Hawaii for promise of marriage during the territory days who had their passports taken and forced to work to pick sugar and cotton for white landlords and plantation owners. Jesus Christ. Who were descendants of American missionaries. Yeah, that's kind of shit that you don't hear in just like white society, really. And that shit pisses me off. Like so many things Americans get their panties in a bunch about. Like you hear about, and I've heard this whenever my family members, because I don't have a lot of, my family has never been affluent, but you know, there's always like older people that have a little bit of money and they can go on like trips and stuff. And the thing I would hear from my primarily conservative family members was just how rude everybody was to Americans. How we went to France and they just like didn't like us and were rude to us because we were Americans. And it's this self-persecution complex without understanding, okay, well, what does America represent in these countries? It's not fucking freedom. It's not fucking democracy. It's usually bombs. It's usually murders or terrorism or completely disrupting the economy or other people's lifelines. There are reasons behind the things that people say and think about Americans internationally, and more Americans need to think about why that is instead of just being like, well, they just hate me because I'm free. They just hate me because I'm goated with the sauce, and I like Eagles and McDonald's, and we got freedom over here. We don't have Sharia law over here. Because it's like, okay, if you actually balance it out and everything 1-to-1, dog, we're doing almost all the same shit that we accuse every other country of doing, and they'll still be like, no, America number one, all the best. By the way, what did we do to the French? That's a great question. I think it's just that, well, we did partially drag France into the war in Afghanistan. They hate our freedom, exactly. Lil7, thank you for subscribing. Centaur7425, thank you for $10. DD, have you seen Priscilla, Queen of the Desert? It was the first big introduction for me into gender nonconformity. Very thankful for my dad for showing me it. No. Why does that sound familiar, though? That has to be on a list on one of my either Amazon or... Amazon or Tubi or something. That's one that is definitely on there. Slice, guys, thank you very much. Hey, DD, thanks for all you do. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Exactly. It's Yenzo. It's basically the whole, well, in America, we don't throw gay people off buildings. And it's like, dog, every other day I have motherfuckers threatening to kill me. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Anytime I have a tweet that gets more than 20,000 views, I inevitably have some dork in my mentions telling me to off myself. Like, in graphic, brutal detail. The amount of time I've been sent gore and murder shit just for a tweet, dude, fuck off. Don't tell me that there's not. Ugh. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna press play on this, and I'm gonna go refill my water.
John Stewart, who was just lecturing us on our moral inferiority. John, you're bumming us out. Tell us, what do you think of the Bill O'Reilly vibrator story?
No. I'm sorry? I don't. I'm here to confront you because we need help from the media, and they're hurting us. I made a special effort to come on the show today because I have mentioned this show as being bad. It's not so much that it's bad as it's hurting America. So I wanted to come here today and say...
Wait, I just...
It's really funny to see somebody like Jon Stewart. You really... This is one of those moments, this is like watching, Matt Walsh deal with Alec Gunter or something. This is one of those moments that you understand, oh, this is why they don't do this anymore. This is why they don't have experience. I feel a lot of conservatives go through this phase where they fuck around and find out by talking to somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about. And they just don't do it ever again. And watching John just completely take this over is great. I will, Johnny Varro. I've been... So, for those who don't know, I'm doing a year-long experiment to play only PS2 games in my free time. And the thing I didn't realize is that PS2 games have gotten stupid fucking expensive. Which pisses me off because there was a period a few years back where I sold a large portion of... I had a amazing collection. Like, amazing. And I started it a couple years after I got out of high school. And it became a yearly tradition for me with my ex-wife is every year for my birthday, essentially, I would go on like a very small buying spree. And I would get like 2 or 3 games. And sometimes they would be, I don't think I ever spent more than $40 on a game. And I had stuff like Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 2. And there came a time a couple years back where I was hurting for money, and those games became the difference between paying rent and not paying rent. And now I'm looking at the prices of games that I used to have. Like games that I bought for $20-$30. Like I had the whole Fatal Frame trilogy, and that's hundreds of dollars now. Fucking crazy. Ugh. The Force Unleashed. Weird that you say that. I just bought The Force Unleashed for $15 on PS2 because I love the 360 version. Never played the PS2. Totally different fucking game. I played it for like 3 hours last night. Anyway.
Here's just what I wanted to tell you guys.
Yeah.
Stop. Stop hurting America.
G Papa John, am I against emulation? No, I just don't like toying with it, and I don't like playing games at my desk. I might look into it a little bit more to brush up on some stuff, but yeah, I don't like Eh. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's not hard to set up or anything. The more important thing is the more important thing isn't that I don't like playing PS2 games or that I don't like playing at my desk. Like this is my workspace, and I'll really keep it work oriented. I would like at some point to do PS2 on a handheld emulator, but I gotta get a handheld that can actually do that.
America. I watch your show every day, and it kills me.
I can tell you love it.
It's so painful to watch. Your partisan, what do you call it? Hacks.
I do not. I have a PS2 Slim. Unfortunately. Don't want to hang out and smoke weed and fill our bellies with diet soda and blah. Play Burnout Revenge on the PS2. Isn't the PSP essentially a PS2 emulator? No. The PSP is not as powerful as a PS2. All right, let me finish watching this and then let me see if I can just watch this really, really quick, Stella.
It's all acceptable.
But isn't that the same though? Where's the protest against the regime that's killing people in the street right now? I mean, I don't see anybody in Colombia.
Well, they're doing those today, and it's called the ICE protests.
Well, but they're talking about
Magar. I'm all right. I sorry again, tangent. Thank you for $5 again, Magar. The PS2 Force Unleashed is a small obsession of mine. It's one of the vibiest games I've ever played, and the controls are amazing. I was noticing that last night. The art design in that game is fucking off the chain. Like, it is so... It's way more linear than the original, which was already pretty linear, but it's so moody. Like, the coloring, everything it does with it is so, like it's actually really good. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
the ICE protest?
No, I think they're talking about the regime that's shooting people in the face. I mean, I think it's a very American idea to not want police forces to be able to shoot Americans indiscriminately. And the idea that J.D. Vance says is that they should have absolute immunity. You know, I thought this guy was a hillbilly. He had a book, Hillbilly Elegy. And I can tell you, hillbilly values, at least from where I'm from in Appalachia, are that the government ought not be able to have absolute immunity when they shoot you in the face. But maybe we came from a different Appalachia.
Damn. Ooh. Hell yeah. Fighting Hobbit. Oh yeah, Jarch has been here. Jarch is back here hanging with Kermit. Yeah, the Jarch is...
You have a responsibility to the public discourse, and you
need
fail
to get a job at a journalism
miserably.
school. I think you're a good comedian. I think your lectures are boring.
You're on CNN. The show that leads into me is puppets making crank phone calls. What is wrong with you? It's someone who watches your show and cannot take it anymore. I just can't.
You need to get a job at a journalism
miserably.
school, I think.
You need to go to one. Now, this is theater. I mean, it's obvious.
No,
How old are you?
35.
And you wear a bow tie.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough. God damn, he was 35 here? 2004? Dude in his 50s and still coloring his hair that brown? That's rough. That's rough. Helps set up his line about police shooting people in the face. I'm sorry. All right. Slipped. Yeah, let's keep
on
on
your gun. But it said, yeah, it's legal for me to have my hand on my gun. I just can't have it on the trigger. Oh yeah, he knew his rights. They count on us not knowing our rights. And when you start talking...
Elric111, I work for a game store. Do you have a P.O. box? I will get back to you on that, actually. Was it the interview that made Tucker stop wearing bow ties? Yes. Yep, that's where we started this whole conversation like over an hour ago.
Talking to them, if they sense any sign of fear, they're like wild animals. You ever notice how if you see a dog you know, especially a big dog, and he right. He tense up, he start watching you. He trying to see. He checking you out. He reading your mannerisms. He trying to see if you're afraid of him. The moment you show fear, if you turn and start running, or you start screaming, you panic, he is going to attack. That's how the police are. And they got the nerve enough to call us animals.
Mm-hmm.
Many of them, not all, you know, I always got to say many, not all, because I got some homeboys that are cops, and to keep it real with your family, keep it a buck, they're moles. They're infiltrators. They're in there trying to do the best that they can within this corrupt system to try to mitigate some of the damage that police officers do out there in the streets. So, you know, when they stop you to write a ticket, they're actually stopping you to write a ticket instead of just profiling people. They're stopping you because you actually committed a traffic infraction. When they pull up on the corner, dudes, if they see some dudes selling drugs or something like that,
Give me 1 second.
they're gonna tell them to move around instead of just rolling up on them, acting like the DEA and trying to arrest them and put them in jail. Because they know a lot of these dudes just don't know any better, or they just trying to eat or whatever. And the police like, man, these dudes is already going through it, even though they are committing crimes, they are hurting their own people. If I make this arrest on this dude, he gonna be gone for 10 years. He gonna be gone for 20 years, because I know he got 2 strikes already. A lot of those cops, they're very familiar with the guys in that area where they patrol. So the good ones are more like, look, I'm here to stop violent crime. You know, they focus more on violent crime. If you one of those cats out there where you think you running the show, you a big bad wolf, yeah, they gonna come get you. They coming to get your type. But anyway, fam, a lot of these guys, they don't do nothing but cause trouble. In fact, most police officers only come around when there is trouble. That's why in Black Nation.
All right, I want to keep going on because we are 2 hours in just about, and we've got a lot of stuff to still cover. Like this Nick Shirley interview. Have you seen the video of a Minnesota police chief calling out ICE? Yeah. I think the police need to, like, look, if police are going to do what they purport to do, then they need to fucking do it. If they are going to actually be the arbiters of security and protecting the community and all this bullshit that we're constantly sold as being the reason why they need that they need fucking military budgets and personnel vehicles and like armored personnel vehicles and all that shit, like, then actually get out there. Gergsbane, Lauren Eclipse top picks. I've been mostly staying away from spoilers, actually. I'm kind of like, I'm excited enough for Lorwyn. I'm in the same place I was with Avatar, where I have also, because I did my little rigmarole with my local shop that loves me, where I used a lot of credit to get a bunch of cards, and then there were a lot of rares and expensive cards from Avatar in there that I sold back to the shop to get more credit, etc., etc. So I have a bunch of credit saved up there for Lorwyn, so I'm not too worried about that. But yeah, I'm excited for it. That one little 2-drop goblin that makes red spells uncounterable, magnifique, and then the Reaper King. Ooh, we making scarecrows out here. Let's go. Anyway, sorry. Bought my pre-release ticket for the local shop. I'm so hyped. Hell yeah. I know, the Reaper King no more. Because when I first started playing Magic, I was, for whatever reason, obsessed with like very niche creature types, and so I made like a ton of vampire decks. I made you know, like spirits and well, spirits isn't really niche, but I made a Scarecrow deck with the Reaper King, and I didn't really like it, but I love Scarecrows as a creature type, and so I haven't had one in a minute. I'm really excited to get in there. And I don't really have a Jund deck that I really love. I think the only one I really have is Vazi. Anyway, we're going back to this. Leo's on the online should clarify, I wanted Giants and Tree Folk to get real support and not the sloppy second result of the one set 0 block system. Yeah, that's fair. I think, when was the last time Giants... Tree Folk are one of those types that, like, every now and again there's a Tree Folk. I think they reprinted some in Innistrad Remastered. But then there's Giants. I think the last time there was a lot of Giant support was... It was Kaldheim, wasn't it? Like, I'm sure there was one of them, or a couple of them in Foundations, but I think last time there was like, yo, Giants is Kaldheim. Yeah, Kaldheim in different colors. Yep, Joey Staley, Giant showed up in Kaldheim. That's where I got my goated red Giant Wizard that is in Kuja that is fucking disgusting, because when Kuja is flipped, it deals double damage, and when the Giant comes out, it deals X, where X is the amount of wizards you control. So if you have like 6, 7, 8 wizards like I've had with Kuja, it just deals 16 damage to something. Calamity Bearer, I believe so, yeah.
My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the...
So if you are unawares of Somali Fraudster's Locked Door, of Nick Shirley, it is not an understatement to say that Nick Shirley is the one responsible for the death of Renee Good. If he had not done what is essentially bad prank Mr. Beast, like sub Mr. Beast level YouTube pranking, sold to a conservative audience as legitimate journalism, then the ICE crackdown and everything that is currently going with it, particularly in Minneapolis, would not be where it's at today. And he's a perfect example of people fucking not giving a fuck about the facts of an issue. Because Nick Shirley, so what he did, I need to just really put this in your head. This is how he went about journalism. When I go about undercover projects, when I go about interviewing people, when I go about, I have certain things that and sometimes this gets challenged on the fly, and sometimes I have to adapt. So I get needing to freewheel it a little bit, right? And if you've seen my videos, or you've seen the undercover content I've done, or the stuff I did in CPAC, like, you know, sometimes I can't always predict. When you go in an undercover setting, you cannot always predict what's going to happen. That's fine. What he did is not journalism, because very likely over Christmas break, essentially he came in with a prefabricated narrative that all of these Somali daycares were massive money laundering operations for local Democrat politicians. And then his proof was, as a grown man with a camera crew and a bunch of masked men, his proof was walking up with that crew to the daycare centers and being like, hey, can we see the kids? And them going, no. And him being like, well, why not? If you're a real daycare center, why can't we see the kids? And then that became the entire thing. That was the impetus behind J.D. Vance, the couch fucker himself, being like, this should be a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist right here. This is good stuff, Nick. So, additionally, it shouldn't, again, do not let it go uncalled out that it's a grift. Of course it's a grift. Of course it's a fucking grift. Immediately he was selling shitty screen printed fucking t-shirts and sweatshirts for $50, bearing a satirized version of the name of one of the quality learning centers. And has brought in probably a shit ton of money. His new thing has been talking about how vilified he's been, and how, you know, Antifa and all these people are trying to get him, and how his life is in danger and he has to hire security and all this shit. Which, again, if you're a legitimate journalist, you don't really call attention to that. Like, the conservative grift is so plain and boring because it goes in the same loop where you do something that will incite fervor against you. You know it. And then you cry foul when people are like, hey, fucko, knock it off. Why are you being a jackass? And you're like, oh, God, all these people want to kill me. And I got to, hey, give more money to my Give, Send, Go so I can, you know, whatever the conservative did to get that on them, whether it was saying racial slurs, whether it was pinning fraud on, which was already being invested by the FBI. And also the Somalis was revealed weren't fucking in charge of it. There was a white woman behind a shit ton of it. Didn't hear about that stuff when it hit the mainstream because, again, they don't care about facts. Also, Uncle Iroll, sorry, that was 5 minutes ago, but thank you for $10 for the niche creature type fun. And Vampirica Leftist, thank you for following. Blah, blah, blah. Leo's on the Iron Line. The Yacubian demon always strikes from the shadow of her ice cape. I need to start calling more. Well, never mind. I can't. I was told by my partner I cannot call things Yacubian demons. What was I? There was a script I was running by my partner, and I was like, "Can I say Yakub? Can I make a joke about Yakub?" And my partner, who's black, was like, "No." And I was like, "Okay." I did just call Mr. Beast a white devil, though, so I'll take that.
The most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast. And
see, again, it is so clear from that, from the intro alone, which granted, this is, you know, edited. This is the type of thing that, like, oh, we fucking, you know, you put it at the beginning. So, okay, I gotta go really quick. Give lady some more treat to play with really quick. So I'm just gonna let this play and then I'll come back to comment on it.
Altogether, it did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk, who shared the video. JD Vance, he shared the video. You had the Attorney General, well, she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later. Literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video.
Hey. Okay, give me 1 second. I was gonna comment. By the way, you can't be an independent journalist if the vice president, that's the turning point at which you are no longer an independent journalist. If the vice president is sharing your shit in your GoFundMe, like that's not independent journalism, dog. Like, if I have been considering going to Minneapolis or planning some kind of trip to a major protest site in the next couple months. And that is something that, like, I'm straight up not able to do right now because I don't have the capital. If you are being shared, that's independent journalism. What I do when I go out and I beat the street and I'm marching, I'm interviewing people, when I go to DC or I go to LA and I'm getting tear gassed, that's fucking independent journalism, dude. What you did is a half-assed YouTube prank that is being sold to people as journalism, because these people have no fucking standards. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations over the past few years. And the day that I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from 2 to 10 p.m., they're now saying. And that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there at 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And their operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.?
Allegedly.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't see children there. Either way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not, why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out? Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere? These businesses are supposed to be off.
Again, grown-ass man wondering, what? This is the thing that pisses me off, is treating daycare centers like Like they're fucking car showrooms. Like what do you expect? Like a wait? He literally does expect. One of the things he was like when he got called out for being a fucking dumbass by the CNN reporter, and he was like, well, there should be some kind of waiting center or something, or waiting area or a lounge, and it's like, dude, you have no fucking experience with childcare. I as somebody raised primarily by a single mom who, when I was much younger, I couldn't be taken to work. I couldn't, just sit back with my Game Boy or whatever and read books or, couldn't do that shit. My mom, I remember the daycare centers and stuff. They were people's fucking homes. Like, that's what it was. It was somebody who their mom, or, it was like a couple kids during the day just sit around, watch cartoons, maybe play Sega Genesis, that kind of shit. The idea that daycare centers have this massive wealth of capital to work with is just, it's very silly. He's a very silly person, and it's galling that somebody this, like, you can look at this and be like, this is fucking ridiculous. And they want you to take it seriously. They are telling you to take it seriously.
Operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that one.
He is just also, he has a very similar speaking like pace as Aiden Ross. I have a theory this is what happens to kids when they don't read. Like, there is something that just in the way that he talks and cogitates his thoughts that is just empty. Like, I feel like if you did a little on his head, it would make a sound like an empty coconut. Just nothing in there.
One received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children.
Ego Bomb, thank you for becoming a member.
They go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're going to have children there when they're getting all this heat.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all the windows blacked out?
Again, you need to flip this around a little bit, buddy. Instead of asking, why are all the windows blacked out at this center where random children are throughout the day, maybe you should ask yourself, hey, why is a group of grown men trying to look at small children through windows of random buildings? Huh? There's downtown, kind of near where I live, there is a daycare center that is kind of in the business district. And it weirded me out for the longest time that it essentially has these big windows because it's kind of in an office building. And I'm assuming it's, where like people work an office job, they can drop their kid off, pick them up. And for the longest time, it bothered the fuck out of me, like, as somebody without a kid, as somebody who doesn't even walk by there very often. In fact, most of the time I would walk by there was late at night because it was along my walk from where I worked at a bar to my walk home. And it bugged me that the windows weren't blacked out. So, like, it would be, 2, 3 a.m. sometimes, and I would be able to look into an empty, lights are off and everything, but, like, a child play area. And it was kind of surreal. And it's one of those things where here are these big-ass windows that dozens, if not hundreds of people can walk by during a day. If I'm dropping my kid off there, you are goddamn right. I do not want random people from the street, because I don't know who they are, where they're at, what they are looking at my kids for, why they are looking at my kids. Like, I don't even have kids. And I'm like, yeah, you're not supposed to fucking browse, dude. Like, exactly. Cathmore, it's a daycare, not a retail store. You're not there to window shop. Exactly. Like, what the fuck?
This is a daycare. Why can't a lady just give me a paper to enroll a child? This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe. I'm just trying to think.
This door is locked. Why are you surprised by that? Why are you surprised?
from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
First name, last name,
I mean,
you
I
are
figure, like, if you're
absolutely right.
going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom were like larger security looking guys, some had face gaiters on, maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on, or it just seems unfamiliar. And
Exactly. Carnell MD. Very important point. A lot of children like me were at risk of being kidnapped by their other parents, so being able to see, is my kid here, allows them to narrow down. Yeah. Like, there's a plethora of reasons, even outside of like the stranger danger aspect of it, that you don't tell, like, oh yeah, no, this kid is like, it's this line of thinking, this line of justification from the party that just spent the last couple years being like, well, yes, we need to defend our kids, and we need to get all these groomers out, and we need to, do all this shit. And this right back to back with all the Donald Trump Epstein shit is, it's what I was saying. Like, nobody gives a fuck if you call them out on hypocrisy, because at this point, it's almost all they have is just switching those fucking goalposts. Thank you, by the way, Johnny Viral, posting a bunch of stuff here. Thank you, Brutus Magnuson. We'll rejoin in a bit. Very Tall Bart, friend of the channel, is raising money. They need some help with bills. They're a wonderful content creation duo. We've looked at a lot of Very Tall Bart stuff on the channel before. If you could go follow that link over on YouTube and give a couple bucks their way. I know a lot of people have given today, and I very much appreciate it. If you can go give a couple bucks there, I would additionally appreciate it. And I know another wonderful leftist content creator would as well. Oh, Rick, let me see. I want to see the baby.
I feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbors around.
If they were operating legally, why would they fear letting in random? It just, at every point, I literally think he does not hear what he's fucking saying.
So they have not seen a child there for 8 years. If you
let me, what you see when you open up Nick's head. Hey, Geoduck Geoscience, streaming it every Wednesday or Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That's the new. I'm doing a stream schedule. I'm moving different this year. Haas Hendricks, I can't pick up my kids without ID, and they all know me. My kids have been going there on and off for the last 6 years. Exactly. Like, it is standard practice to, like Carnell was saying, from my understanding, from people I've known, people I've dated who used to work in childcare, it's my understanding it's a standard practice to, like, not let a kid go home unless you were the one that dropped them off. Like, I have heard issues with, like, grandparents and shit. Like, okay, so-and-so is busy at work. I came to pick him up. And it becomes the whole thing of, like, can't do it. Sorry. I know that sucks. Just can't do it. And it's so... Exactly. Yeah, if you open his head, this is just what you hear if you knock on it. Except that looks delicious now. That sounds great.
Go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think, like, if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they moved the building and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had a quality learning center. One man's been living there since...
Exactly. Haas Hendricks, Grandma and Grandpa have to be on the list, have to have ID, and we have to call them and let them know at the beginning of the day. Exactly. They're like, these are people who are literally, their job is to be trusted with the most life-altering, self-sacrificing thing in so many people's lives. The children that parents are racked with anxiety over leaving with strangers. And it is those strangers, you know, they come to know kids over time. But it is their job to make sure those children are safe, are secure, as a business. Come on. What are we talking about here?
2017 hasn't seen a single child.
Max's Animates, thank you for super chatting $5. It could be me marathoning through the trilogy collections, but I want to see his dumbass as an Ace Attorney culprit. I mean, hey, when Dark Woke comes back, Nick Shirley, oh, you're not escaping trial, buddy.
My video on X, a lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went December 16th, school.
Thank you, Ron's KFC, for another $10. Similar to First Amendment auditors, they go to government-funded businesses exactly, and agitate while claiming they have a right to be there because they're open to the public. And that's not the fucking case, dude. Like, again, it's this. These are the same people who will tell you, okay, I have a civic and I have a public right to be here, and I can do whatever I want. And then at the same time will be like, well, you shouldn't have filmed police officers if you didn't want to get shot in the face. It's like, you kind of can't have it both ways, dog.
Still in session, so kids should still be going to daycare. The following days after the video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views, they have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the commissioner of children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed
Macerated
a
Vertebrae,
week ago.
thank you for subscribing.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I filmed my video. Daycare is allegedly open. Then, a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed, while that guy is outside telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that learning center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
But how could they have violations related to child?
Is Nick a red dot? I do not know what that means, Jay Kung. Adam 201028. Thank you for 2 months. I'm getting real creep vibes from Nick. Like, why is he so obsessed with filming young people? Party of protecting children, everybody. Party of protecting children right here. I had somebody, or I've had multiple people when I'm talking about the ICE shit, being like, oh, it's ironic that that you know this trans person is talking about you know, whatever, arresting groomers and pedophiles and people like Donald Trump. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's ironic that you don't see you are currently protecting the actual groomers and pedophiles. Have I ever heard of a YouTuber called Fillion? Not off the top of the dome.
I'd care if there was no kids there.
Yeah, the way they're operating inside of there, they had the bio.
Oh, Red Dot, the app. Okay. Okay, I gotcha. Nick is a Mormon, so do with that what you will. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. I'm gonna go feed Miss because she's screaming at me again.
Violations. Those people are not able, they were operating fraudulently inside that daycare.
But fraud would mean there's no kids, but the violations relate to like poor safety conditions that put the kids in danger.
And so why would they be operating, and why would Minnesota continue to be giving them millions of dollars if they're receiving all these violations?
That seems like a really valid question.
Yeah.
Why do you think Minnesota would be giving a daycare center with so many violations so much money?
Well, that same man at Quality Learning Center who was saying that they were open after the commissioner was on the live stream saying they were closed a week ago was also partying with the mayor of Minneapolis.
Is the manager of the infamous Learning Center in Minneapolis also one of the guys that was dancing in the back of Mayor Jacob Frey's election victory?
I can sense something coming here. I don't watch a lot of Andrew Callahan's stuff. But I sense that he's lulling Nick into a false sense of security. I'm hoping.
Video, the one that went super viral, where he thanks his constituents in Somali for re-electing him last month.
Childhood is a wild time. You're right. You're right.
So you feel like there's kind of like some nonprofit industrial complex type of deal happening?
For sure.
And the agenda is just for people to leech off the government and get free stuff?
81% of the Somalian population inside Minnesota is living off welfare. And 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population.
So what do you think the solution to something like that is?
Go freeze the funding. Each business can then prove if they are legit, and if they can't, cut the funding. And so far, no business has sent any information to the HHS showing that they're legit as of today. They've had 3 days to do it. They haven't been able to prove it.
They have 3 days to prove they're a real business or we cut funding. What the fuck does that even look like, dude? Mirror Extra, thank you for $5. It's just a pandemic video. Go to a place you don't and shouldn't be. Exactly. Obviously aren't able to get inside and say, where are the patient/kid? Exactly. It's the exact same. People, so for people who don't know what Plandemic was a massive video, or what was it? There were a couple like QAnon COVID jab documentaries, and it's the same type of shit that fucking Dinesh D'Souza does with like the 1,000, 2,000 mules or whatever it is, where it's just like a lot of concern trolling of just like, well, it is weird that we aren't able to go in here and do this, and I thought we might be able to do, and then, you know, putting a bunch of slick, easy looking editing over it and being like trying to make it look like a fucking CTU video, and people go, yeah, died suddenly. That's another one. Oh yeah, no, the sweater, like, this is the thing he is selling, by the way, for $50. He's shilling his merch right here.
and tried to make the effort to show that they're a legit business.
First it was closed, then it was open, and now we've confirmed it's closed again. That's all after the owners recently rejected allegations of stealing taxpayer money.
Do you trust America and the government specifically to handle our taxpayer funds correctly and properly if they have access to more of them?
No, I don't think any of us should. I mean, just last year alone, over $120 billion were misplaced.
So you have a general distrust in the government?
No, I don't have a distrust necessarily in the government, but do I think we should trust the government 100%? No. It's kind of like having faith. Like, do you want to have faith in that God's real? Yes. When we die, will we for certain know exactly where we're going? You kind of walk with faith in a way where you hope that the people that you elect are going to work for your best interest. Do you know for certainty that the best thing is happening inside the country every single time you...
Gam did an episode on that documentary. I've been actually, I need to reach back out to the Gam guys, because I wanted to last year around the time I was looking at the fucking, because they still haven't done the Carpenter. They still haven't done the MMA video, and I would love to jump back on again. I had a really great time when I did Disciples in the Moonlight, and I think that is a perfect video for them. Mackenzie, thank you for $5. It's disturbing how much pull these influencers have. The effect they have on opinion of medicine like vaccines is especially horrible. Yeah, I think we are getting to a point where more and more people are becoming, if not distrustful of these ding-dongs, then at least personally curious on their own. And that's the kind of thing that I think more people need to spur and encourage, is the personal curiosity of people to not just accept whatever narrative they're being fed. And I hope, it is my optimistic hope that at some point they will... It's my optimistic hope that at some point people will kind of come to that on their own. Instead of being pushed in a left or right direction, they will see all of these different narratives and not be able to decide on their own. And that hopefully, if we can find some silver lining to this place that we're in, where there is so much lies and misinformation and disinformation being, spread neglectfully, being spread on purpose, that people are able to be like, okay, I don't know what this is. I heard this from one TikTok. I heard this from another. Let me look it up for myself. That I realize that's very optimistic of me, but I would like that to be, I would really like that to happen, honestly.
You pay taxes, it's going to go to the place that needs it? No. But on that case, do I feel certain that I know where I'm going to go when I die because of my faith? Yes. But does that mean that it's going to actually happen? Who knows until we pass the other side. So, and then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
Did you ever hear about the Amy Bach case?
The white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Bach acknowledged the government has proven...
I can't fucking believe this dude just Pascal wagered funding for daycares and children. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Let's go. Ken Klippenstein. I'm gonna do. I saw that one earlier, but I didn't clip it, so I'm gonna...
Fraud among meal sites and vendors that she sponsored under Feeding Our Future, but that it was others, not her.
If you look at the probe that began in 2023, as far as like COVID era, scamming and different types of fraud, there's been over like...
See, I like this approach of laying out the argument, laying out what he's saying, and then being like, then starting to pick it apart piece by piece. I'm curious where he goes, because Nick Shirley is not if you couldn't tell, not a very smart or adept operator. And I'm looking forward to a turn of the screw, if nothing else.
60 convictions and millions seized from the fraudsters who took the money away.
Yeah.
But you feel like the state hasn't done enough.
Well, Tim Walz has said they've been stopping to fight fraud since 2019, 2026, and they're still having millions of dollars being stolen. Billions of dollars.
Breaking political news out of Minnesota. Governor Tim Walz, who of course was the Democratic nominee for vice president in 2024, has ended his re-election.
Thank you, Sai. 1981. Thank you for $5. Just wait until this guy finds out about the F-35. It'll be finished one day, right? That's the jet that's been fucking in the works forever, right? It's just a black hole of development cash.
Bid for governor. This comes
if I'm remembering correctly,
has been rolling around this widening welfare fraud scandal.
We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
I have quite literally saved America millions of dollars. That's why you saw the mainstream media attack me instantaneously after I exposed $100 million in fraud. Why would they not go investigate the fraud? Why would they invest?
They did. They had been for years. That's what Andrew just brought up. Why would these people, why would these... Fuck off. You kidding me? Why aren't they interested in the fraud? Why don't you talk about the CNN report that made you look like a fucking jackass? Why are we popping off in chat with the amazing? Amazing. I've seen that clip of that dude talking to Destiny so many times now. And calling Destiny a beta. Beta!
Investigate the person who investigated the fraud.
Where does that $100 million figure come from specifically?
Yeah, so you had all the daycares. With the daycares alone, you had millions of...
Pentagon subscribed. CIA, you forgot to switch to your alt account again. It's okay. It's okay. I won't tell anybody. I won't tell anybody.
Dollars in fraud, and then inside...
Yeah, exactly. Oscar, the F-35 has been in full production for years. Europe just doesn't want to buy them anymore because of Trump. Okay. Okay, that's what it was. I'm okay, you know what? I think I'm thinking of... I got that mixed up with one of, like, the stealth bomber projects that's been on there for fucking ever.
Of the home healthcare businesses, they were warehouse-style industrialized buildings where you had 14 of the same healthcare companies all working within the building, and they could not even give you a rate. We know how expensive healthcare is, and they're giving these companies...
A rate for what, dude? What? Are you trying to buy healthcare services a la carte? They couldn't give you a rate? What the fuck are you talking about? When people come... Like, it is a standard practice. If you go to any business... rolling up with a camera crew and a bunch of masked goons asking weird fucking questions, 99% of people are going to go, no, I'm not dealing with this today. Because guess what? Doesn't matter where the fuck you are. Most people just decide then and there, I don't get paid enough for this. I'm going to be so real. Actually, no, I'm not dealing with this today. I'm off in 2 hours. I didn't get to have lunch today. No, fuck you, dude. I'm locking this door. Get the fuck out of here. And he's like, yeah, no, actually, they can't tell where what the rates are. What the fucking rates are? What are you talking about? What, healthcare by the hour, by the foot? What? B. Parker. Tell me how much brain goodening services I can get for $10. It's that one Always Sunny joke from the end of Flowers for Charlie, one of my favorite fucking episodes. Whenever I find people who or like people who haven't seen Always Sunny, I show them. That's like one of the first episodes I show them because it's a very good episode to get people locked in on Always Sunny. But at the end, there's a line from Mac where he's like, you stupid science bitches couldn't even make my friend more smarter. And I think about that all the fucking time when I think of these dorks, honestly. Stupid science bitches couldn't even make my friend more smarter.
Millions of dollars. And the man David, who's in my video, he's the one who has the statistics and has the numbers on how much these businesses were operating.
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out.
Now, who is this guy? Actually, we'll come back to that another day. Meet David. David Hawk has had a long history of failed political ambitions, and he paired up with a 23-year-old YouTuber. Oh, god damn it. Also, Odessa Azion. Damn, girl. Odessa can get it. I haven't seen, I probably won't see, what's it called? Marty Supreme, because I think it looks bad and dumb. But if there was a reason to see it, it would be her. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Who is David? He said he was leaving, didn't have time to do an interview, but would do one January 2nd. However, he didn't show up for the interview. For the 65-year-old Fridley man, the episode offered a stunning turn in the spotlight after years in the shadows. Despite many attempts to efforts to grab attention for himself and his causes. He ran for governor under the Resource Party, which rarely seemed to exist, to oppose tribal gaming compacts, but his candidacy garnered little attention. What? Why? Don't. There we go. Donning only patriotic shorts, an Uncle Sam hat, and a sandwich board that said, "We'll work for you," with the word food crossed out. Sick. Among his campaign pledges to build a casino that would generate $500 million in revenue. State smoking man was like. His qualifications included, quote, 14 active years of unpaid scrutiny of elected officials of Minnesota and working across party lines to expose corruption. He won less than 1% of the vote. He's worked in construction for 35 years and started a ladder company called Ladderweight. Co-founded Minnesotans for Responsible Government, for which he's a registered lobbyist and president. Repeatedly waving a stack of papers, blah, blah, blah. Two friends been working in. House Republicans said they'd provide information to the man called David in the video, yet in a post on X, Shirley disputed the idea that he received any information from House Speaker Lisa DeMuth. So he is a conspiracy theorist, is the way to say that. Is what he really, which, you know, hey, I could have fucking told you that.
They're publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion.
How did you come into contact with
Todd
David?
He just messaged
McFarland?
me
Thank
on
you for
Instagram. And he said, Nick, I have the information about the fraud.
Yeah, no, exactly. Adam201028, thank you for $2. What's the source for this data? My friend David. My boy Dave. Thank you, Awesome Stella, for dropping that. If anybody is interested in the F-35 conversation, there is a link in the Twitch chat.
Taking place here inside Minnesota. I've been looking into it for years. I have somebody from inside the Capitol who's given me the numbers of CCAP funding. I've been trying for years to expose this fraud. Nobody will listen to me. Please give me a call.
Has he shown you that data?
Yeah, that's what's inside the video. When you see the video and the screenshots of the CCAP funding, that's all straight from the Capitol of Minnesota.
So who is David?
God, they're so fucking... I was about to say, they're so easy to convince. I think I just had an idea, chat. I won't say anymore.
David's source.
David's source, yeah, somebody inside the Capitol.
And you don't know
and
who
that's
it is.
Public information as well.
Who is it?
Who is the person's name?
Yeah.
The lady's name, I did not work with her. However, the information that was provided, I can't tell you her name right now, but I could find it on X because, but she's also inside the government there, inside Minnesota.
But you like fact checked all that and you looked it all up.
Yeah, David, all those numbers are straight from the Capitol.
So a couple days ago, Minnesota State Representative Lisa DeMuth said that her Republican caucus had been, quote, working with you ahead of your coverage. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I had no idea who she was.
Our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with Nick Shirley.
Minnesota House GOP leaders say they provided the YouTuber with information in the now viral video.
So you feel like she's just clout chasing?
Yeah, that's what I literally put in the reply in the tweet.
See, again, Pyro Guy 1104 just clicked over after watching a stream clip of Hassan watching this interview. Hassan, riding my coattails yet again. I can't. Oh, first you follow me around to LA. Come on, big guy. Thank you for being here.
Her campaign freaked out when I tweeted that. That's the lady who I was referring to earlier in this interview. So her staff was the people that David had received the information from because David reached out, and she works inside the government, so she did actually a good job by doing what she's supposed to do by serving the people and giving that information.
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative who's a staffer for her, was the one who...
No. Tom5227, I wonder if Nick Shirley would be covering protests in Minnesota. Nope. That dude would get his ass beat. He knows that. Rightfully so. I'm actually kind of surprised Nick Sortor, another one of these ding-dongs, was out there and trying to run into protesters. And I can't. Now look, it is insanely illegal to say that in that circumstance, they should have broken the windows and dragged him out and beaten him in the street. You cannot say that. Whatever you say, you cannot say that if you run into a crowd of protesters, you should be taken apart limb by limb like a bionicle in the street. Ridiculously illegal. Crazy illegal. You cannot say that. It would be so illegal to say that.
gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right. But good on her for actually caring about fraud. Fraud's been taking place for years.
And it's really affected the city on that big of a level to the point where people like David are feeling it?
Yeah, because what they knew is Minnesota is not Minnesota anymore.
As far as immigration goes?
Immigration goes, fraud. They just released a new thing where they're giving people 20-week leaves for work leaves, and they've also raised property taxes. Meanwhile, you have billions of dollars, quite frankly, literally billions of dollars over the past few years going to fraud. It's not a hyperbole, it's fact. Government has shown that upwards of $9 billion has gone to fraud. I would vote for anybody but Tim Walz inside that state of Minnesota.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you cleared that up because, you know, it's like the same reason that people lost trust in traditional media is because they felt like there was no barrier between the establishment and, you know, corporate news pundits. And they felt like CNN was an arm of the Democratic Party and then Fox was an arm of the conservative.
CNN's arm of the Democratic Party. Nehemia, thank you for $5. Plot twist the lady he worked with was the same white woman behind the whole thing, just trying to sift. Oh, see, now you're on to something. Now you're on to something. Minnesota is basically Somalia now. Okay.
Wing. So the fear now that I've thought about before, and I'm not saying this is happening, it will probably take like 5 to 10 years, is that somehow the political powers that be figure out how to use the independent creator economy like on a sleeper cell level to do their bidding for them.
Yeah, that could happen.
Like with influencer contracts and stuff like that.
Yeah, you saw the DNC do that. All the people that are out talking against me, a lot of them have cut checks from the DNC.
Through like a paid...
Buddy. Nah. A lot of people out there, they get checks from DNC. Dog, again, this like uwu small bean independent journo bullshit doesn't fucking work when you get retweeted by Elon Musk and the vice president. Like, what do you fucking mean, dude? What are you talking about? Okay, you don't expect to be criticized by anybody?
Influencer program?
Yeah, and it's public.
Would you ever agree to something like that?
No, never.
Hell yeah.
Like, why? I don't need it. I make enough money doing my videos off YouTube, and the people that support me, like, why?
I don't need to. I make enough. You already are. You already are. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, no, I don't need it. You're retweeted. You were open the video by talking about how you were retweeted by the entirety of the United States government and the conservative media apparatus. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, no, actually, I'm good. No, this is what makes me. I'm built fucking different. My fans are where it's at. It's like, you're selling $50 screen printed dog shit t-shirts with somebody else's fucking logo. What are you talking about?
Would it ever turn against their best interest?
And you mentioned that the mainstream media has kind of been attacking you since this video did its rounds. What are some of the things they've said? Like, what's their main point of attack?
Yeah, if you listen every single time they bring up Nick Shirley on these news sites or the internet or on their TV, they'll say right-wing YouTuber, MAGA YouTuber, conservative. It's never journalist Nick Shirley. It's right-wing journalist Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
MAGA influencer Nick Shirley.
Yeah, when I interviewed Hunter Biden, they did a RV YouTuber was the one they would use for all like which actually sounds pretty cool. Like, I'd want to be that, but I'm not that. And then like a liberal podcaster, and that in the Atlantic said Gen Z influencer. So
yeah, it's just like they're so mad that we have the opportunity, people like me and you, to upload a video and to get more views than them. Essentially, we're a threat.
Oh, bro thinks he's in the club. Bro thinks he's in the club. He's like, yeah, you know, we are not so different, you and I.
Threat to their entire industry. That's why they hate us. That's why they will never give us credit. And so when they see me doing what I'm doing, when they see me get more views than they will get onto their website for the whole entire year on one single video, yeah, it's gonna make a lot of people mad.
So-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past. CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick.
This is that actually good journalism where one of the things I really learned in journalism class was how you can present simple facts, undisputable facts, and depending on the way that you layer them, you say one thing and then you say another, and particularly if you are taking their own words and then presenting a fact, that's good journalism. It lets the viewer draw your own conclusions, right? So, for example, what we just saw here, where Nick Shirley says, "Oh, they hate me because they ain't me." Like, oh, the liberals, they hate my steez and they just want to call me a conservative journalist and they're just jealous of my vibes. And then you go to this and being like, here's CNN, here's actual professional journalism being like, well, this guy has published anti-Muslim, racist sentiment before. Here's a MAGA journalist, and we're going to make him look fucking stupid. It's a juxtaposition of his narrative versus the filming of what's actually happening that undermines that narrative. You love to see it.
Shirley.
Yeah, so going back to the first time we met, so what do you remember about that first interaction?
I had just started making YouTube videos again, and I was all by myself. You were going to AmFest, so was I. I was going to interview people about what's happening here inside the country, and I thought I had no idea exactly what I was walking into. I just knew there was going to be a lot of people to interview about what was happening inside the country. I thought it was like called America Fest, so I had no idea what Turning Point was. I had no idea who Charlie Kirk was at that time. It was funny because I'd watched you before.
Bull fucking shit, dude. Bull fucking shit. You go to Turning Point USA's America Fest just to see what's up. You travel, presumably get hotels or an Airbnb, bring a crew, bring cameras, bring equipment, just to be like, yeah, I don't even know from Charlie Kirk. Like, I'm just seeing what's up. See what people think here. No, because you know what people think there in a broad context. I didn't go to CPAC in DC to be like, yeah, I'm curious. What are these people going to think about Trump? This is going to be really educational. No, it was to see how fervent those people were, to get the tenor of the conversation, to see where the mentality of the conservative movement was. I know when I'm going to the place like CPAC that has made headlines for having gold statues of Trump, we're going to get some Trumpers there. We're going to get some MAGA. I can tell you that. And by the way, if you go to any event and you're like, yeah, well, we're just going to see what happens. And you know, this Turning Point, I've never even heard of this America Fest. That sounds like a fun time for the kids. Then you should never call yourself a fucking journalist if you can't even Google that shit, dog.
On All Gas No Brakes, and you're always in that beige suit, just moving around and doing your videos. And so I was like stoked to see you. It was great meeting you the first time.
I remember I first saw you, and you were setting up a tripod, and I was like, yo, what should I do? And you told me, you were like, you should go cover the border. And I told you, I was like, I want to go to Nogales to cover it. And you were like, no, you should go to Lukeville.
Yeah.
So you were the one who actually sent me in the right direction to do
Yeah,
those
you
interviews.
actually said, hey, can I get that information? I'd love to do something with you. I sent you the information, then ghosted me right after.
Well, now the whole world's going to know that there wouldn't have been a border video without my guy Nick right here.
It's the truth.
It's the truth. Was that, so you said you had just started making videos in 2023. Had you done interviews before that?
Yeah, so I had actually started, I've been doing YouTube since 2017 when I was a sophomore in high school. I started just wanting to have fun with my friends, and I started watching YouTubers, and I saw kind of like the lifestyle they lived, and I was like, oh, I'm fun. I like to have fun. I'm creative. I can be entertaining. I could do YouTube.
Nah, dude. Nah, dude.
Like a lot of us think when we're in high school, like how many discussions have you had with your friends where you're just like,
oh no, he is fashioning himself after like Jake Paul and Aiden Ross type dipshits. Okay.
Bro, that could be us.
You know, most YouTubers wouldn't come in here and capture this because of political stuff. You know what? I don't care. We're out here, baby. Like and subscribe.
Let's go back to the young Nick.
So he's 23 right now. He just acts and has the mental capacity of a 15-year-old. That is maybe one of the most clear and concise examples of what a useful idiot he is. Yeah, he's a clout goblin. That's what he is. He's a clout goblin. He does shit for attention. It doesn't matter the conviction behind it. It doesn't matter if he had a fucking original idea. He is doing stuff being like and subscribe. We're at January 6th. Like and subscribe. He is the other side of the coin from that dude that was like, oh, fucking word up, Charlie Kirk just got shot, just got fucking, blessings to God, like, oh, and the dude who went and stole a bunch of hats with Charlie Kirk's blood on it and was fucking streaming right there the second he got kirked. Like, there are so many people who are terminally content brained because they have seen how it works for people, the idea that's sold by people like Aiden Ross, Sneeko, Jake Paul, and all these people, how easy it is, and oh, you just gotta do this, and when the underlying thread between all these kick streamers, people like Clavicular, the underlying thread is just being an asshole as loudly, as brazenly, and abrasively as possible. That's the connective tissue here. Not creating something that actually benefits society or benefits other people or is a learning opportunity. That shit is hard to do. Oh no, we want the easy.
Shirley, where'd you grow up?
Yeah, so I was born here in Utah, spending a lot of time with my family, friends, playing football, basketball, soccer, track, you name it. Sports was my entire life when I was younger.
True American life.
Yeah, true American life, going to church, getting decent grades, having fun, hanging out with friends, riding your bike around.
And you said the church, what kind of church?
Yeah, so member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Is that the same thing as Mormons?
Yeah, but we don't call ourselves Mormons now.
Because of South Park?
No, it's just, we're not Mormon. We don't follow Mormon. We follow Jesus Christ. So we actually want people to refer to us and know us as members of the Church of Jesus Christ.
So Joseph Smith is not a prophet?
No, he's a prophet.
In addition to Jesus?
Jesus is a savior.
Oh, okay.
He's also a prophet, but he's also our savior. He's your savior, he's my savior, he's our... See it with their eyes.
I am not surprised that somebody this stupid would be duped into a dipshit cult. I'm just not. Catcher Knox, thank you for following.
And that was one of the first videos ever people could see that.
Here we go.
People were abusing the system and taking dollars from the United States citizens, and they're actually not operating a business.
But I mean, I'm just talking about if you look at Google Trends specifically, like the phrase Somali fraud was borderline non-existent. It just so happens to really kick up through your piece on December 16th,
yeah,
which is the exact same day that the Trump administration and Kash Patel released the redacted Epstein files list that by all people was seen as like a disaster with hundreds of pages of blacked out stuff. Was there a part of you that was curious if maybe there was people in the GOP who chose to signal boost your piece as wide and far as possible in a way to distract and move the goalpost away from that?
I don't know. Like if that was their initiative, it probably worked pretty well. But I just posted my YouTube video, and that's the beautiful thing about the internet is you just post.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about the internet is sometimes you just post and it gets retweeted by the vice president and the entire country starts following the trail of shit that was already being investigated. But now, oh, we have Dave the conspiracy theorist on it. So we're gonna crack the great Deadwood fucking mystery. What? He has one of the things I've noticed about so many of these people is that they have no real cognition beyond themselves. They have no real understanding of how their actions affect others, and it just gets flattened into like, well, that's just content. Like I didn't do that. I didn't have anything to do with that. Like if a woman gets fucking killed in the street by ICE agents because they're ramping up their Gestapo tactics, it doesn't become there's no reflective surface around him. There's nothing reflective in his brain that is like, shit, what the fuck? Maybe there's nothing, no empathy center. It has been completely corrupted, destroyed, rotted by being a content goblin, essentially.
And see what happens. Every week I've been uploading video. To me, that was just gonna be like another YouTube upload. Like I didn't know that it was gonna be the most viewed video ever on X. You're trying to say that it was some coordinated attack to get people's eyes away from Epstein, but the majority of the traffic, it has over 600,000, I think it has over 600,000 likes.
Very funny that he's relying on Elon Musk's X, which is famously dog shit at keeping metrics, and also is a bot hellscape right now.
So it wasn't just Elon Musk who was sharing the video. It was everyday Americans who were showing that video because they're sick.
Hey, what's up, guys? Channel 5 Live reporting here from the new mobile editing studio. So statewide fraud is a serious issue. Defrauding people is bad and not cool whatsoever. And I tend to think that it's a good thing when citizens and citizen journalists put elected officials under a magnifying glass to figure out what the frick is going on. But before most people get the raw facts and data, the narrative is already being shaped by who, you might ask? Both sides of the mainstream media. And to be honest with you guys, nobody is immune to algorithm-driven political hypnosis. So before we put boots on the ground, we like to get informed. Using what, you might ask? Ground news. Ground news is a dope-ass news aggregate that compiles stories.
People like me, white supremacist, for talking out against the fraud that's happening inside of his state. He's been talking about fraud since 2019.
How do you feel about the way the, I guess, liberal side of the mainstream media has characterized the reporting?
They're defending fraud. I'm showing people what's happening. I showed it exactly how it is, as it is, and now they're defending fraud. Even
Sion Luna, do you still feel good about scolding people about Charlie Kirk? I don't scold people about Charlie Kirk. Chud in chat? Who's the Chud in chat? No, you're Geoduck Geoscience. You're absolutely valid for fucking the person I just read. Get yourself a sponsorship blocker? Is that a thing?
If one of these businesses is operating, why should any American be happy or be satisfied with daycares ran by all Somalians receiving millions of dollars? And out of the population of Minnesota, I believe it's around 5.8 million. You have not seen one single Minnesotan say that their child was inside those daycares.
I've seen a couple interviews with people who are saying their child was in the daycare.
Who are they?
Somalis.
Yes. Why isn't any other white people, black people, Mexicans, Asians, why aren't they saying, oh, these aren't fraudulent daycares?
Wasn't it a predominantly Somali area?
Why are all the daycares inside of Minneapolis, there's white people, there's Mexicans, there's Asians, there's everybody inside Minnesota. In Minneapolis, how come no other person has said, no, this daycare is legit, here's my child? I don't support our money going overseas to Israel either.
Scientology, yes, you did. You told people not to make jokes about him and not to make jokes when it first happened. Yeah, I said I didn't want to. Like, sorry, that was a fucking... Oh, was that not a massive turning point, so to speak? Like, was that not a traumatic event for half the country? As a political commentator, I felt a need. I literally had to unfollow you, and so did hundreds of others. You had to unfollow me for a take you disagreed with that you could have ignored. So what you are saying is purity testing. That's what you're saying. Like that you disagreed with me on a take. And that was enough for you to say, no, I can't. They fell outside of one opinion I have. Okay. What do you want me to do about it? All I could say is kind of don't want to be rude, but also kind of get over it. Like, I was cheering LMAO. Like, okay, I am happy for you if you were cheering. I have obviously, I feel, changed my stance a little bit over time. Hey, we don't need to call him stupid or anything. You don't need to call him stupid. You don't need to Fed post. Nobody needs to harass them. I'm having a one-on-one here. It's fine. It's good. It's good. I just think that, like, the man that said civil rights shouldn't exist, I'm glad he's gone. Weird. No, you're literally purity testing me because I was hesitant about ratcheting up violent rhetoric at a time specifically when the right wing was looking for literally any excuse to crack down on people like trans people, like my community, which were getting immediately scapegoated when the facts weren't even out. I was exhibiting a little bit of care, pragmatism. Like, if you didn't like that or you were happy Charlie Kirk died, that's on you. That has nothing to do with me. The idea that one opinion, which has changed over time, is enough to get somebody to unfollow because I don't fall into your idea of what a good leftist is. It's like, okay, well then what? Then at some point, I was always going to say something that would have pissed you off. Because I wasn't radical enough. I wasn't proactive enough. I didn't practice good enough praxis. Like, at a time when that shit was immediately being weaponized. Like, it's okay. That's fine. We can have a difference of opinion. And it feels like that's the dividing line between us. It's like, I'm okay if you disagree, and I can still spit my piece. I don't get this, like, hand-wringing, like, oh, are you still mad at people for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death? It's like, no. So say that it's changed. You just said get over it, not that your opinion has changed. I've said both. I think it is extremely weird to be holding on to this opinion for so long. I just think it's weird. Like, that's it. I can say both. Both things can be true at the same time.
But what I can actually see with my own eyes is the money coming here inside the United States that's being spent fraudulently. People don't understand that.
What do you think is the biggest thing you risk doing this type of work?
I was in your chat that day and you were telling people not to cheer about it. Okay, well, that's more from a TOS thing. Like, I cannot say, I literally, as somebody who relies on streaming and content creation for a job, I cannot say straight up that I advocate for the death of people and I am glad to have watched somebody die. Like, I can't. I held on to it because I was a huge fan of yours and it was disappointing to see. I'm sorry. Like, I am sorry about that. I'm sorry that it's disappointing to you. It was a very fraught time to be a fucking content creator. And obviously the cultural conversation around Charlie Kirk has massively changed and did not go the way that they wanted it to, which was like remember, I understand a lot of people were out here hand-wringing and being like, oh, this is going to be their Reichstag fire. And that's the place I was seeing it from. The idea of like, oh no, they have immediately, as soon as his body dropped, they were like, this is just the thing we needed to crack down on the transes and the leftists and all this shit. And they fumbled it, thankfully. They pushed it way too fucking hard. They turned what could have been a actual political martyrdom into a uniquely American spectacle. They pushed it so far past the point of being ridiculous, and this includes the way that they trotted out Erica Kirk like a fucking Budweiser show pony. That, yeah, over time, I had to be like, oh, okay, no, you have no choice at a certain point but to be like, oh, the conversation around this has completely changed. But at the same time, it was reading the tea leaves, which is kind of what I'm here to do. What I try to do for my best. Right? And so I don't judge you. I think it is a little bit weird to hold on to it, and I am sorry if I disappointed you. I have no problem with expressing joy over. I won't be like, I'm not jumping for joy, but I'm still going to laugh at the memes. I'm still going to share them.
People have doxed me. There's death threats. I have 24/7 security right now because of how crazy people are mad at me for exposing fraud.
What are some of these death threats? Like, what do they say?
One person sent me a photo. You can grab it from my ex and put it on the screen. He said, this is going to be you on April 27th on the side of a highway. And it was a photo of a man with his head decapitated in a trench. Another person openly said, tick-tock, tick-tock, Nick's Shirley's time's coming. Why are Democrats calling me a white supremacist for talking against fraud? I have 24/7 security with me right now because people think me exposing fraud is bad.
And was that something that has kind of like deepened your perception of the left as being like super crazy and messed up?
Awesome, Stella. I think this is probably going to be the last thing we look at today, but thank you. Can you not see any fault in your actions, though? Do you not feel bad about that being your take initially? I mean, no, because I was using my... We actually just got done talking about, like, the idea of, like, guilt and stuff. It's like, no, I don't feel guilty for... First off, I was not chiding anybody else. I was not hand-wringing. I was asking people to exhibit some caution. And no, I don't feel guilty for having grown and having been cautious instead of jumping into a fray of a very politically fraught topic. Like, no, I don't feel guilty about that. Like, I did what I thought was right at the time, and I have learned and grown since then. Like, I don't understand why you are talking to me as though I am a child and not somebody who can decide what I believe. But also, I want to go back to Devin Deadhouse's very hilarious comment that people are talking about. I had to unfollow the streamer with the huge tits from the other day because they said some shit about siding with Russia against Ukraine because there were Nazis in the Ukrainian military. It is so fucking funny, Devin Deadhouse, that A, you think that narrows it down at all. And B, that is like the offset for you. It's like, Tiggle Bitties sides with Russia. This is really pushing me to a breaking point. Okay, maybe I jumped off ship at a good time. Never trust a white leftist, I guess. Okay, dude. Like, I absolutely didn't spend a shit ton of time. Like, what? Like, never trust a... Okay, all right. Never trust a white lit to use as an excuse to crack down on our rights. And I don't feel bad about that at the like. Again, this comes down to what is ultimately, and this is something I talk about in the Destiny video. Ultimately, what we're having a conversation about is a very small issue of opinion. Oh, YouTube left. No, I think Banana Brains, I think they mean white leftist. Like, This is not that big of a deal. It just isn't. I don't see it as that big of a deal. I want to be real.
Yeah, I just think
if this is enough for you to be like, oh, I cannot trust them, that is a weird line, but you are completely free to associate with whoever you want. Muted? I shouldn't be muted.
everything they say they're the party of peace, party of acceptance. Meanwhile, they call people like me fascists and Nazis. Yeah, they call me a fascist. Meanwhile, they won't let me speak. One lady, she came up to me, she took her shirt off, started jumping all over me, and she said, say Black Lives Matter, say Black Lives Matter. I said, all lives matter. She said, get out of here, white boy. Like, what they're saying does not make sense.
Black Lives Matter. My life matters too. No, it doesn't.
Well, I think it was probably, it hits a little different now than it did back in the middle of 2020.
But even then, all lives matter.
Yeah.
That should not be a hot take.
Yeah, but the conversation was specifically about like police brutality in black communities.
Okay, cool. All lives matter still. I just can't fathom how people can side with people who have gone so far left to the point where they call people like me a fascist or Nazi, or they think the take all lives matter is controversial, or they think that when somebody gets...
I want to see really quick something. Thank you, Echo Boz. I confess I don't think you or any of your regulars have ever offended me, and I agree with most of your opinions. And I don't need people to agree with all of my opinions. I have plenty of people. I am happy to say that I've had a lot of different people come to my content and comment, even conservatives, even people who are more libertarian, and will be like, yeah, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with this, but I appreciate your take on this and your research and seeing your other opinion. And I pride myself on that pragmatism. Even though I am like pretty radical by most mainstream standards. What does it help to constantly just put forward the most radical opinion possible? Nothing. Like I'm not fucking bad empanada out here. I spent hours watching DD in 2023 and 2024. My opinions came from genuine disappointment. I frankly don't care about the name-calling accusations just for trying to get their side. Like, I'm not... I have told people in chat not to call you names, not to do any of that stuff. I am sorry about that. But, like, you also came in real fucking hot. And literally just... Wow, that is a... Sorry, I'm just looking at the screen here. That is a generous photo of his chin. That is not accurate. That's a... Huh.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going.
Yeah, buddy. Let me see. Why would people call him a fascist and a Nazi? I wonder. Could it be? It couldn't be the stuff that he makes. 3.6 million views. Tim Walz. Oh, Muslim versus Christians. Confronting the deported migrant scammers. North Korean escapee. How socialism brainwashes and destroys everything. Christians and Muslims battle in Dearborn, Michigan. Migrants have taken Paris. Oh, so it's because all of his shit is just validating, like, ethnocentric and white supremacist narratives, is what it is. The real Portland. Antifa plus fentanyl crisis. Antifa is dismantled. Portland continues to fall. Okay, yeah. I wonder why people would call you a fucking fascist, dude. I wonder. Brits are ready to fight. And Tommy Robinson, a actual white supremacist, eugenicist piece of shit. Yeah, who's to say? Again, all you really need to do anytime one of these guys is like, well, they call me a Nazi, they call me this, that, and the other, and you just like, it's like a scratch ticket. You just scratch a little bit off and you're like, oh, that's why. That's why. Yeah, rip Portland. Big ups to Portland. Can I criticize this community real quick? There's a lot of Hassan glazing. Like, I'm radical, but Hassan just sucks balls. I don't think there's a lot of Hassan glazing. I don't watch Hassan a lot. I just, like, that also leads to me just not reflexively hating him, I guess. Thiago Trenton, Vampire Bunny, and Binturida. Thank you very much for subscribing.
Get supported when they've been here illegally is a controversial take.
It's going to CCOT. How did you end up down there?
Yeah, so on the topic of immigration, I was doing these videos and I was seeing these cartels these caravans come through. I was like, well, I'm going to join one of the I'm going to join a caravan. Like, I'm going to join in their journey. So I was looking at the map and I thought El Salvador would be like a perfect section point to.
Yeah, exactly. Like Motoko of Dreams, I also get real mad at the Washington Post, but I still watch it. I still read their articles. And there's also stuff that I can find very useful. Yeah, it's like I get a lot of news from right-wing places. I don't start there when I'm looking into shit, but like when you are trying to keep tabs on this ecosystem of misinformation and how it spreads, you have to understand where everybody's coming from, I guess. He is like Tyler Oliveira, only much, much dumber. Like, you can see the way that he makes his thumbnails are almost exactly the same format as Tyler Oliveira. Like, just made to look as grotesque and insightful as possible. Krakolandia, inside the largest city of zombies. Anti-American protesters. We want communism. Sir, it sure seems like patriots versus protesters. Yeah, no ideological slant to any of this. Asking Democrats about, and it's showing a trans feminine person front and center. Okay, dude. What a shithead.
Go join a caravan?
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy idea to go join a caravan.
No, it's a sick idea.
At that point in time, I wanted to see what's happening with the immigration. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to go to El Salvador. I'm going to go speak to people. I'm going to find a caravan. And I'm going to go from El Salvador to Mexico and make it all the way to the United States. I get to El Salvador and they're like, no, we don't have any migrants here. We just actually put all of our gangs in the prison. Like, we're thriving. I had to change my plan to make.
Yeah, no, I just went down there and blindly accepted the narrative that was fed to me by the government without investigating it anymore. And then, wouldn't you believe that the tour that they guided me through just happened to confirm all of those preconceived notions. Great journalism, dude. Great journalism. There's absolutely no investigative reporting that completely tears apart and dismantles your bullshit. Just, oh boy.
Make a video about how one country actually solved migration to the point where they're actually having people come back to their country versus leaving.
And you finally got up in there.
Yeah, I'm still the only American to ever go in, and you actually asked for the contact, but I couldn't give it to you.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking about, man? Is like on the
again, this idea of like, well, I'm just an independent journalism dude. I'm just going and asking questions. Also, I have a contact that got me into CCOT, an international torture camp that is being funded by our government. I can't give it to you because that's trade secret. So kind of burying the lead that you have some kind of intelligence connections, that you have some kind of connections in some shade or form that can hook you up like that. That's not really let me just say, as somebody who does independent journalism, I don't have a guy that can get me into secret sites for a little tour, a little look around. What the fuck? Oh, man. Devin Deadhouse, thank you for super chatting $1.
that note, how do you think I could like build more credibility on like the more conservative side of the aisle as far as interviews go?
Don't be afraid to say what are Somalians known for when you know the answer inside your head, but you're too afraid to say it.
Well, I just don't know if it's based on a stereotype or if it's not.
You know what they're known for. You said it.
What,
Pirates. So you're scared.
Why do people call me racist? Oh, by the way, Somali is known for pirates. And he's literally, Andrew is literally going like, well, hold on, let's pump the brakes here. Maybe it's based on a stereotype. And he's like, nah, they're known for pirates. Again, can't imagine why people call you a racist and a fascist, dude. Just it's a fucking mystery.
I'm not scared. I just want to. I have to go and talk to them. I'm not scared. I don't want to go out and say things about people if I don't know the community. I gotta go to the restaurants.
But
I gotta go
I asked
to
you the
some of the
question.
dances.
What are they known for? And I knew you knew what they were.
Because Hollywood promoted Captain Phillips. I mean, what are we known for in Somalia? I don't know. Cheeseburgers.
So why'd you question your thought?
I'm not that smart.
So you're asking how do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think
and
of Somalia
the fact is, what are Somalians
Captain
known
Phillips.
for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia. There's no pirates in America.
Who's stealing all the money in Minnesota?
The same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So how do you gain
No,
more
it's
trust?
fucking
Well,
not, you
don't be afraid to
fucking
say a fact
moron.
or
Oh
an
my
opinion,
God.
Even when you
I know that I'm dumb.
Yes. Am I not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well? I thought that was pretty messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then people literally killed him. But I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce.
Okay, so cancel God. The right is they've gotten so fucking soy. It's all upside down. Nature is out of whack. This guy is he's literally doing woke scolding over Charlie Kirk right now. He's like, I thought it was fucked up, man, how you didn't publish a statement on Charlie Kirk. I did. We just talked about it. I did. Hey Nick, want to sit down for a fucking interview, buddy?
What happened to Charlie Kirk?
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating him while it happened, and I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible, and it represented like a...
Again, noted journalist, couldn't even do that basic fact check of like, oh, did this guy put out a video? No, I'm just going to accuse him of not doing anything, even though he did.
One of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you when it felt like you went silent.
What? Okay. Why didn't you say anything? I did. Why didn't you put out a video? I did, talking about it. You should watch it. I don't want to. Why? Because you were silent on it, and that rubs me the wrong way. Does he just... Do his thoughts literally not connect to one another? Like is there just like a lapse in the neurons and the way they fire that he has one thought that is somehow independent of whatever comes rolling out of his mouth next? Because that's the only way exactly, Kiwi TP. Bro just says words. That's the only way I could possibly justify what I'm hearing here. I think Andrew Callahan is more century lefty, but I think he is generally, the few times I've seen him, I do get him mixed up with Tyler Oliveira. Tyler Oliveira is the shithead. I've seen, because I think Andrew Callahan was the one who did a video where he went and spent the night and slept with like the underground homeless communities in Las Vegas. I believe that was him. AQ22QILL, thank you for following. Shinigami Queen, thank you for also subscribing.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
Do you ever see a world in which independent media will overtake corporate traditional media?
Well, we still have boomers and they're still watching TV, so that is a lot of their audience. But when me and you are 50, 60 years old, do I think that CNN and those companies will be able to operate at the scale that they're operating right now? I think CNN has around, I know they have more than 1,000 employees, and it took one person to expose $110 million in fraud in Minnesota. And then when he does expose it, they investigate the person who exposed the fraud versus investigating the fraud taking place. Nobody has trust in them. Their trust is at all-time low because...
It's because they were already investigated. Evidence in nowhere near the epidemic levels of viral YouTube video would suggest, but it hasn't stopped a crackdown. The fallout has been massive. In the past week, the Trump admin has frozen child care payments to 5 Democratic-run states and ramped up reporting requirements for all states. But the real story is far less nefarious. What does Nick Shirley uncover in his video? Nothing conclusive. The video shows Shirley visiting daycares run by Somali Americans, sometimes under the false pretense of trying to enroll a child. In a couple of instances, workers do open the door but seem immediately suspicious when it's clear he's recording and refuses to let him in or give more information. Because some of the sites appear closed and Shirley doesn't see any children, he declares this as proof of fraud. Most child care centers are locked, have obscured doors or windows for children's safety. We've talked about this extensively. Yes, but it's not as widespread as it claims. The federal government sends money to states to subsidize the cost of care for very low-income children. Some states have additional funds into that system. Also, thank you so much, Blue Beetle and No Opinion. No Opinion, that's pretty good. For following or subscribing. Were billing for children they were not providing services for. Investigators believe the level of child care fraud in the state was more than $5 million to $6 million. Prosecutors had been able to prove until that point. By 2019, prosecutors had charged at least a dozen Minnesotans and centers with defrauding the state's child care program in the prior 5 years. After the 2019 report was issued, the state tightened oversight, including creating the Department of Children, Youth, and Families to take over child care licensing, oversight, and auditing. Last year, they passed a law to criminalize kickbacks for child care program enrollment referrals. So, oh, damn, that's crazy. It's almost like they knew about this and it's already been investigated. There's nothing to keep investigating, you fucking moron. Improper payments is an umbrella term that could include fraud. For example, quote, an improper payment is a child was present for 40 hours and somehow the state only paid for 30 hours. Fraud is when you're charging for kids that were never enrolled, explained Daniel Ewan, a national child care expert. An 11% rate puts Minnesota above the permissible 10% threshold established by federal government. On average, nationwide, the rate is 4%. So while child care fraud is something Minnesota has been working to reduce in recent years, quote, these are not new issues. They are being repackaged and they're being promoted in ways that make it seem like there's an epidemic. Is there evidence of large-scale child care fraud nationwide? No. According to a 2020 report, blah, 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 Federal Office of Child Care did not respond to questions about the 19th about which states are above the threshold. State investigators conducted unannounced visits at the daycares in a viral video over the past 6 months as part of the typical licensing and auditing process. Unannounced visits. They were already doing this shit. An analysis of publicly available inspection records by the 19th found that most of the centers had unannounced inspections as recently as October, November, and December. After the video was posted, investigators from the State Office of Inspector General conducted compliance visits to 9 of the 10 centers in the video. They found normal operations and children at all but one, which had not yet opened for the day. Further investigations are being conducted into 4 of the 9 facilities, but the state has not said exactly what it's investigating. Probably the fraud that was already investigating. Like, oh my God, dude. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Gothic Girl Scout, thank you for subscribing. And Nehemiah, thank you very much for $10. The inside of his brain is like a game of Pong. Just a single brain cell bouncing back and forth, except he doesn't have the capacity to move the bars. Ain't that the fucking truth? Whoa, Blue Beetle. It looks like the last video I saw of yours before today was 7 months ago. YouTube sucks. That's rough. That's rough. Awesome, Stella. Thank you very much. I will check those links as well. I'm sorry, Blue Beetle. I put out a lot of stuff since then. So yeah, at least you have a little bit to catch up on.
People like me.
Tom5227, how the fuck does Nick Shirley sleep at night knowing that his content is hurting people? He doesn't care. He doesn't see it that way. The people like this just have this idea of their work existing in a vacuum, where they will say, well, it's just content, it's just a video, like I'm not hurting anybody. Can you believe how this doesn't affect anybody? But they know it does. It's disingenuous. It's the same shit Asmongold does or Destiny. Anytime they talk about their audience, it's like, well, I didn't send people to harass people and do this. And it's like, no, you know your audience is going to do something. If you target somebody, you've been told about this, so yes, you do know.
Me are able to go and talk to the liberal woman calling me an ICE agent outside the daycare, and also talking to the man who's lived there for 8 years who's never seen a child. It's impossible for them to do that.
So you think once boomers go?
Yeah, I think once boomers go and once my grandparents aren't here anymore.
Which we don't want to happen, but it has to happen.
Well, it's just a part of life that people will die.
Yeah.
But at that point, I think mainstream media will not really be a thing.
So what can we do to avoid the mistakes that mainstream media made in the past? Because at one point they were quite trusted.
Yeah, at one point they were quite trusted, but actually...
Really good reporting here from the La Luminator. Why was the Somali community targeted? David Hawk has a particular focus on the Somali community and fraud for some time. In a now deleted Instagram account, he posted almost exclusively about the Somali community. Quote, every Somali in Minnesota is engaged in fraud. All of them, even the blacks, have had enough of the demon Muslims. I can't believe people would call this guy a racist. I can't believe people would say Nick Shirley is racist. Over the years, whistleblowers alleged that the fraud money in Minnesota's childcare system was being used to fund the Somali terrorist organization Al-Shabaab. The 2019 Office of the Legislative Auditor investigation found those claims to be unsubstantiated. The Somali community has been a particular target of President Trump. Much of the Minnesota fraud, up to 90%, is caused by people. So when what's-his-face was, when fucking Nick was saying that shit, he was just repeating what Trump had said. About 1 in 5 childcare workers are immigrant women. Since Shirley's video, there have been numerous reports of people harassing daycares and businesses either in-person visits or threatening phone calls. At least one center was broken into. This is just like a mass equivalent of the Comet ping pong incident. Nehemiah, thank you much for another $5. He looks like Timu Josh from the West Wing. If I knew West Wing, I'm sure that would be funny. Daycares in Minnesota have reported concerns for children and staff safety, particularly as ICE activity in the state is ramped up. Yeah. And this, I mean, this is what it comes down to. It is a justification for vengeance against Democrat-run cities. It is not about fraud. It is about punishing ideological opposition. The freeze would stop federal child care funds from flowing to states to cover for low-income children, also pausing $7.3 billion in funding for the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, which support low-income families in those 5 states. It's unclear what evidence the Trump admin had to justify freezing funds to California, Colorado, New York, and Illinois. In a letter to Governor J.B. Pritzker, Alex Adams, the Assistant Secretary for the Administration of Children and Families, said the Trump admin was, quote, concerned by the potential for extensive and systemic fraud in Illinois. So it happened. They found evidence, which we know is all bullshit, in one place, and they are using it to justify every other place. It's not, again, this is tactically chosen. They didn't just suddenly found fucking fraud in Illinois, and it happens to also be in Minnesota and California. You mean to tell me that it just so happens the states with leaders who are some of the most vocal and publicized critics and opponents of Trump, being Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, Tim Walz, you're telling me it just so happens that that this is where all of the fraud is? Wow, that's fucking crazy.
Were they? Do we know that the history books are correct when only the victors write the history? And at that time, they didn't have social media to combat with the information at that time?
I'm just talking about like Walter Cronkite, like when there was like 2 stations and like, you know, there wasn't such a divisive...
You are Andrew Callahan, you are already talking way over his head. You said Cronkite and he's like, I don't know from Cronkite. Revenant Poet, thank you for subscribing.
News media corporate competition taking place to where people were competing for views by using pundits and having a 24-hour news cycle, like when the written word also meant more as well. There was more faith.
Well, I can't speak on that because I wasn't living that generation where you had to get on
You could even go back, I mean...
I can't speak on that because I was, again, not, like as a journalist, you should have any comprehensive or even just a inkling of a fucking idea of your own industry and how it came about and how it came to the point where it's at now. Like, well, I can't speak on that because I wasn't alive for that generation. After he just pontificated about how, like, well, history is written by the victor. It's like, so do you care about history or do you not? Like, what?
Honestly, the 24-hour news cycle, if you talk to older people like in their 30s and 40s.
Yeah, Zetetic, how could you possibly know about stuff that happened before you were born? Things happen before, what? Like, he has the object permanent of a baby. A tiny little baby.
Post 9/11 was pretty much the first time where...
Like, I bet I could probably convince him that I can take off his nose and put it back on his face. I bet you could probably peekaboo him and it would legitimately give him a jump.
Cable networks had to keep their airways on all the time, so they started filling slots with not correspondents and not field pieces, but just pundits. So what they would do is they would get 2 people who fundamentally disagree and just have them yell at each other for like 2 hours to drive up engagement and keep people watching.
That is fucking like crazy that we just watched
almost
that.
like reality TV, and then gradually trust faded because it became so partisan.
Yeah, I think it's also a sign of the times that we're seeing distrust and we're seeing the world get a little bit crazier as well.
So, I mean, what do you think we need to avoid?
What do we need to avoid? I think we need to call things up for facts.
What the fuck does that mean?
And you shouldn't be afraid to say when I ask you, what are Somalians known for? You're afraid of your viewers watching this video calling you a racist or Islamophobe.
No.
Again, very funny for him to like try and be like, well, you're afraid of cancel culture. You're afraid of being canceled. You gotta, if you think something racist, you just gotta say it. And then on the flip side, he's like, man, I'm really disappointed. Why didn't you say something about Charlie? It's It's soy right shit. It is woke scolding and hand-wringing and purity testing, but just from the opposite side. Every trick they are employing now, they learned from every SJW Tumblr blue-haired stereotype they bitched about for years.
To clarify,
you knew that word, Andrew. You knew you were saying pirate. You knew in your mind.
Well,
you
you're
knew
asking
pirate.
me to think in a stereotypical mind. What do I think comes?
In your,
what's the first
you're afraid to
stereotype?
say it, though.
You're asking me what's the first stereotype that comes to mind when I think about Somalia?
I said, what are they known for?
They are known by Americans who don't know Somalis.
And what are they known across the West for?
Well, the West is very much indoctrinated by Hollywood. I'm just saying I want to wait to answer that before I actually have engaged.
Yeah, Andrew is literally saying like, well, I want to like do journalism and have a more informed opinion. And here's Nick, journalist extraordinaire, vice president, says he should get a Pulitzer, and he's like, well, yeah, no, you go with the first stereotype that comes into your head that you saw in a movie once, obviously. Enough said. Like, I can't even
with the community on a level to where I can actually say like they're known for this type of thing.
Well, when they're committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
But that wasn't the question. You asked me, hey, what are Somalis known for? And of course, I'm thinking of the movie because it's a Tom Hanks Hollywood blockbuster.
Yeah, but it's a fact that they're committing some sort.
Nehemia, thank you for another $5. Quote, Nick looks like he just found out Santa's not real and has to sit with that fact for a bit. He does have a little bit of the like Tucker face. He has a little bit of that just like the consternation that never goes away.
Sort of piracy in Minnesota. 89% of the fraud is committed by Somalis, and that's a fact when we talk about building trust.
Okay, 85. That is not 85%. So that's total charged and convicted. Federal prosecutors suggest total amount of fraud across various state programs could be in the billions. Where is this coming from? House.gov, can't trust that. They are a target. Source beside the government. Yeah, so are we getting it from fucking Facebook memes now? What why is it literally cited a Facebook meme for the AI summary that people are going to fucking uncritically believe? Jesus Christ. Somali immigrants commit more crime than natives. I'm sure, buddy. Daily Mail. City Journal, bust liberal myths. Another great fucking... And allegations of fraud. Here we go. Let's see if we can get something from Time. Blah, blah, blah. Reported those with reporting Somali heritage in the country, according to Census Bureau data. Billions of dollars are missing. Why are there so many Somalis? Largest Somali community in the United States, more than 61,000 persons of the state's approximately 5.7 million population have reported Somali ancestry. Since the early 90s, they've constantly arrived in the country, often as refugees from East African countries' civil war. History was never meant to be an asylum program, Christy Noem said. Yeah, whatever. Meant to be put in place after an incident or an event on a temporary basis. Have to do with fraud allegations. COVID-19 era child nutrition program operated by nonprofit organization Feeding Our Future with reported ties to the Somali community was implicated in an alleged $300 million fraud scam with more than 70 defendants. Dubbed by the Justice Department as, quote, the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in history, the case involved individuals creating companies that build Minnesota agencies for meals that did not exist. Federal prosecutors said the company owners pocketed the funds instead, spending them on luxuries like cars and overseas trip. In August, a Somali-born leader of the fraud scheme was sentenced to 28 years in prison. Okay, so it was found out. They were charged. Don't care. 8 individuals were also charged with wire fraud for allegedly defrauding the now defunct Housing Stabilization Services Program, a component of Minnesota's Medicaid offerings. The defense were accused of collectively billing Medicaid about $8 million by offering vulnerable individuals, many of whom were due to be released from drug or alcohol, assistance to look for housing only for these individuals to remain homeless. Same month, another fraud case emerged, this time involving the state's autism program. A Somali woman and her partners allegedly falsely certified children to qualify for autism programs, handed their parents payoffs for their cooperation. The scale and frequency of fraud have raised questions about where the funds are going. A November report by Chris Rufo from the conservative think tank Manhattan Institute, another piece of shit who cannot be trusted, the dude who literally began to propagandize the groomer narrative, or was that fucking James Lindsay? I think James Lindsay was the groomer thing. I think Chris Rufo was the CRT guy for sure. Citing federal counterterrorism sources, a group purporting to represent more than 480 current staff alleged that Tim Walz, a vocal Trump critic, was 100% responsible for massive fraud. Staffers claimed they informed Walz early on, but instead of addressing concerns, he, quote, systematically retaliated against whistleblowing using monitoring threats, repression, and his bets to discredit fraud reports. Funny how that's the only thing he's ever been, yeah, Chris Rufo was the CRT one. So, not an official recount. Walz's office noted that the account, which was known as Minnesota Department of Human Service Employees, but has since changed its name to Minnesota Staff Fraud Reporting Commentary after a brief suspension, is, quote, not an official account, and that, quote, the governor has issued an executive order encouraging employees to report fraud, reinforcing it with a message to every single state employee in Minnesota. So, I kind of wish they would underline that, because that's suspicious as fuck. That just it's very obviously just based on fucking nothing. Come on, man. Every state has a problem with crime, but what the president has done here is taken a horrific crime that occurred in D.C., where one beloved guard member is still struggling for his life, another was shot and killed. He took that case and he went 2,400 miles away to Somalia and somehow indicted an entire group of people. He tries to stoke division, Klobuchar said, and make people hate each other. American Enterprise Institute. Okay, yeah, let me go to the debt dispatch. Millions of Minnesota welfare dollars going to Somali terrorism group. Trump admin announced a major shift. U.S. State Department, Housing and Urban Development. Manhattan Institute scholars. Okay, so it all comes down to conservative think tanks. That's where all of this shit is coming from. No, this isn't true. Wages for typical Americans reached all-time highs. Wages for non-civilian have grown around 60%. There's never been a time to be better time to be alive. Does everybody feel that way? Yeah, so neither Jack nor shit have shown up. Somalis to be deported over Minnesota fraud. Just all the Somalis. Programs may have been stolen. First attorney told reporters Thursday fraud was found in programs, things like child nutrition, housing services, and autism. It's just very funny to see autism labeled alongside those things. That's the $18 billion question. The sprawling case has become politically and culturally fraught. 82 of the 92 defendants charged so far are Somali Americans. President Donald Trump has capitalized on that fact to target. So it is 82 of the 92 defendants in these high-profile cases. That is not 82 or 92% or 89% or whatever the fuck he said, of all fraud. Like, if you took out all the Somalian people, there would still be fraud. There would still be a shit ton of fraud. This is just for this specific case. There is a ring of schemers out there capitalizing on it. Also, 82 of the 92 defendants. And how big is the Somali population? Total population, 80,000 in Twin Cities and Greater Minnesota. So less than 100 out of 80,000 estimated. But no, it's not a targeted or racist attack to depict that as, again, what they're doing by separating these facts, by presenting them to you this way, what they are doing is they are saying, okay, if you look up how many Somalis are in Minnesota, there's 80,000 of them. And then they're going to tell you, yes, but of all the fraud, 89% of it comes from Somalians, which is the most dishonest, disingenuous bullshit way of trying to plant in people's minds that of those 80,000, and this is the narrative that people are latching onto when you hear like, oh, they're just and I'm doing Alex Jones on purpose. Oh, I'm just doing they're defrauding and they're just running the city and everything, is because they are subtly, not so subtly, trying to sell you the idea that of 80,000 people, 90% or so of them are defrauding people, which is not the fucking case at all. Yet it's the type of shit that you hear constantly. Individual wrongdoing, not community identity. Thank you. New fraud estimate comes after years of investigation that began with the Feeding Our Future scam, wherein 47 defendants were charged with allegedly pocketing $250 million intended to feed children during the pandemic. Are we gonna get any investigation like the COVID-19 funds that happened in the first batch of funding under Trump's admin? How many people made bank off that and then never paid them back? Weird. And somehow I don't think we are. 14 program vulnerabilities, evidence of fraudulent activity or suspicious billing patterns. Apparently a hidden crime. The U.S. Accountability Office says investigators use imprecise estimates. She said plenty of fraud goes undetected altogether. Attempts to scam government programs are rare, but likely becoming more common nationwide. Fraudsters saw how easy it was during the pandemic, quote, to just submit these fake invoices and get paid millions of dollars. There's very likely people attempting to defraud these programs all over the country. The risk of fraud increases when programs expand quickly without sufficient staffing, modern technology, or robust data. Quote, we still have programs that assume trust, and we don't have anything like the infrastructure to deal with all these people who are exploiting that most basic vulnerability. It's a trust and don't verify system. So what you need to do to fix that is fix those holes in the system. You need to plug the holes in the dike, not just completely freeze all what? Completely freeze all child care and leave poor and struggling families struggling even more. Yeah, exactly. Gutter Gator, no coincidence that when a small group of POC commits crimes, it's cultural, but when a larger group of white people commit the same crime, it's a few bad apples. Yeah, it's like, oh, it is a cultural. We have to do this, get all the Somalis out of here. They make everything terrible. 90% of them do all the fraud. And this bullshit, but then like, oh, poor white boys every time they fucking mass shoot up a church or some shit. Anyway.
In the future of media, we need to be able to say things for what they are. If Tim Walz goes on TV and calls people like me a white supremacist, it's my responsibility to call Tim Walz. He's enabled this to happen because he's afraid to be called a racist or an Islamophobe. Meanwhile, our generation can't even buy a home. Meanwhile, people are stealing millions of dollars. And he's afraid to say that because he's too afraid of being called a racist or as...
Here's one of the fun parts I love to talk about and think about is this idea of like, oh, these Somalis, they're stealing millions of dollars. And like... Again, by tying these two completely unrelated ideas together, he's creating a narrative for his base that because there are Somalians out there who may be part of fraud, not rejecting that, a infinitesimally small part of a much larger population. But yet, because there are people who have defrauded the government, that's why you cannot buy a house. That's why life is worse for you. Has nothing to do with the fact that, like, on a whim, Trump will just, like, completely cut funding to any state he just doesn't fucking like. Has nothing to do with the fact that we'll spend billions of dollars kitting out ICE, and meanwhile, we're cutting funding to education, cutting funding to families in need, cutting funding to housing development, cutting funding to welfare programs. Has nothing to do with all that. No, it's the Somalians are the reason why you don't have a home. Somalians in Minnesota, 90 Somalians in Minnesota are the reason why the entire country, the entire generation can't have a home. And he's like, yeah, I don't know why people would call me racist. Come the fuck on, dude.
Islamophobe?
I think the one main issue that I feel like unites the left.
Whoa. What happened there? I'm going to go refill my water really quick because I'm getting a little bit croaky.
To the right, at least in a certain income bracket in the U.S., would be affordability.
Yes, 100%.
I think it's probably the main issue that we're talking about.
Mhm.
Deep down, I think that the main difference here is diagnosing how we can get to that point. You know, because when you're talking about your issue with fraud, you mentioned healthcare being expensive.
Yeah.
So we're all talking about the same thing here. It's just, I think the main difference is how are we going to get there?
And then when we have someone like Elon Musk, the smartest man in the world, who offers his help to get rid of fraud here in the United States, that could potentially cut down prices for healthcare, that could potentially help cut down the prices for homes, that could potentially give people better wages, and then they go and attack him.
Well, I think one of the biggest problems is also the private sector controls so many of these things, like medicine and also real estate. Like, it's not like home prices are going to get knocked down because the government has more money.
It might be able to help people not have to pay so much in taxes.
Yeah.
It might help people to be able to take their dollar to buy the next thing. $120 billion in 2024 going towards fraudulent activity here in the United States. And then we go and attack that person who's trying to combat that.
Well, I guess one of the fundamental questions, too, that I mentioned earlier on in the interview is, like, do you trust the government to handle a surplus in tax revenue if fraud is eliminated?
Say that question.
Like, let's say, like, fraud is totally eliminated and the government has, like, an extra stipend of money that they have that they could technically redistribute to things like making medicine cheaper and helping us pay rent. You think that the government would actually do that? Like, do you think they would genuinely invest in social programs that help change the affordability crisis?
I think so. And that kind of goes back to having like faith that we hope our politicians are going to do better and work for us and us not be working for them. Trump's the only president of our lifetime who's actually not even collecting a salary. Other than what people will say he's feeding his ego, well, he's actually not even taking a salary. He's lost money. He's been attacked. He's been nearly shot and killed twice. He's had...
I can't believe they would call him a conservative. That's fucking crazy, dude. Being able to... I can't believe I left for that. Being able to, with a straight face, say, yeah, Elon Musk, smartest man in the world, and he's just trying to help people and they want to hurt him. And then be like, yeah, Trump, oh, what a self-sacrificing. But people call me a conservative. They accuse me of being a MAGA journalist, but I'm just a regular journalist. But meanwhile, Elon Musk, smartest man in the world, Trump, self-sacrificing hero. He doesn't even take a salary. Like, oh, that's so good. Yeah, he doesn't need to take the fucking pithy salary, dude. He's making bank off of dumb bullshit like propaganda that you make. And then his fucking Bitcoin empire that his dipshit Beavis and Butthead ass sons are out fucking making deals with Saudi billionaires over. What the fuck are you... Okay. Woosah. Rise again, 845. Thank you for $2. The cackle from the next room. I swear it's not planned when I do that. I just, that got me. I gotta go actually get my water because I had to filter something. So I will be right back again.
I think, was it 2 or 3 assassination attempts? I want to say 3. The guy in Pennsylvania, the guy at his golf course, and there's another one. And people want to keep demonizing Trump like he's some sort of devil. He's not even taking a salary. He wants to put tariffs on other countries with the goal of hoping that we can have more money. And actually with that tariff income, he's even given military a bonus for Christmas. Yeah. And people are saying tariffs are bad. Why should we be paying more money than...
he's giving people money from tariffs for Christmas. Okay, why doesn't he fucking give everybody money then? Like just... Again, this idea of Andrew clearly asking him, like, hey, do you think if the government had a surplus, what makes you think that they would spend it on us? And then he turns around and he's like, well, yeah, Trump's so awesome because, like, look, he made all this money. He's just giving it back to the military. Do you not... Those ideas... Not... Okay. It's like his ideas... All right, do you remember playing, like, basketball in high school? And every now and again, you know, there would be like multiple courts set up and it was kind of like a free play thing. And then every now and again, somebody would throw their ball and hit your ball out of the air. And it's just two, like those hard rubber balls just bouncing off of each other, or like dodgeball or something. That's what his brain does. That's just like the inside of his head is just two dodgeballs going thong and then going in different directions.
Indonesia for sending stuff into our country?
That's a good question.
So,
but
like,
it's also like if Trump's cutting all these different social programs and stuff, who's to say that if he had more money, he would reinvest in the people?
He's not. For instance, when people say he's cutting out.
Oh, he's not. He's not. He just cut child care funding to 5 states over your bullshit. But he's not cutting funding. Okay.
Funding for food stamps. He's telling people, all right, you're on it for this amount of time, but you need to be showing that you're trying to get off it. Trump is actually incentivizing people to go make a better life for themselves. He's even giving children, he's showing kids how to invest money at a younger age through the stock accounts he's created for them. Michael Dell, the owner of Dell, he gave each child, like, I think $250 so they can see how to invest their money. Right now, you're seeing more people who actually have the power to make a change in America than ever before get involved in the politics, and not because they want to, but because they've been forced to. But then you see people come after them for it. I don't know what you're going to title this video.
Nick Shirley interview.
Okay, sick. Yeah, but I just think there's so many issues in the United States right now, and we can actually go out and combat them. We can combat the immigration crisis. We can say that illegal migrants should not be here. The word is illegal. If you're going to come after me for exposing fraud, something is morally wrong with your brain, where you've gotten to the point where you think fraud is good.
No, it's because you're a fucking liar. There's something morally wrong with your brain that you see a fraud, huckster, pedophile dipshit like Donald Trump, and you're like, no, this guy is good. It's 89% of all fraud in Minnesota, which is a fucking lie, and then try and pin that on a much larger demographic. Yeah, you got real power to invest change in America by if you got $250. The fuck, man? It's like, oh yeah, wait, there's more than ever. A fucking somebody from Dell did a publicity stunt where he gave a bunch of kids some money to invest in stocks. Wow, moving up in the world. Philipem 7626. I understand you are several hours behind. Asking about Emmett Till. Juno dear, woof. Woof.
Perspective is probably more like these people are socioeconomically disadvantaged.
They're not, though. They're here in America. We all have the same opportunity.
We all have the same opportunity. Unironically, being able to grow up with a silver spoon, being able to be funded to the point where you can fucking go anywhere and fly all over the country, and coming from Mormon money and being retweeted and having the temerity to be like, we all come from the same opportunity. The fuck are you talking about, dude? I would like to see all of your opportunities stripped away. I would like to see you have the opportunities of people who come to the country with nothing, who have to make a life for themselves. The very same people who are very often harangued, targeted, harassed, and assailed by dickheads like you just because, oh, they don't look the exact same. Who work harder in a day than you have in your fucking life. You absolute slug.
Somalian Americans.
Well, there's pretty significant funding and financial disparities between areas in the U.S.
Well, 81% of Somalians are on welfare.
The welfare doesn't necessarily cover everything. It's not like they give you a ridiculous amount of money.
But they have the same opportunity I do when I wake up in the morning to go create the best life I can possibly create for myself.
Do they? Are they all getting retweeted by political propagandists? Do they? You fucking idiot?
Everybody has the same opportunity if you're a United States citizen. Whether you're black, Mexican, Asian. I mean, look at your crew filming right now. You have an Asian, Japanese man. I don't know who he is. You have a Mexican with a...
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'm not racist. Look at this Asian Japanese man. Parenthetical, Indigenous American. I want to go back for that because they only showed it for a second.
Well, 81% of Somalians are on welfare.
Watch this shit. Watch this shit.
It's not like they give you a ridiculous amount of money.
But they have the same opportunity I do when I wake up in the morning to go create the best life I can possibly create for myself. Everybody has the same opportunity if you're a United States citizen. Whether you're black, Mexican, Asian. I mean, look at your crew filming right now. You have an Asian, Japanese man. I don't know who he is.
Jacques Frawa, Native American. Yemes Pueblo. Not racist, right? Right, Nick? You're not racist at all. You don't just judge things at first sight. It's like, here's the friction here that's actually funny for me, and it's funny in a a dark cosmic humor kind of way, where they just they jump to the first conclusion that they have, but their knowledge base is so fucking small. They are so stupid and incurious and unlearned about any aspect of history or the world around them or how any of these things are interconnected. And yet they are so assured that they are correct in things. Like, for example, the rationale behind this dude's racism, where he's like, no, look, see, obviously, this is the way America's supposed to be. You got this, I don't even know what is a Japanese guy over here. And it's not. You're just fucking wrong. And you look like an asshole and you look fucking stupid. But you are so assured of that other dipshits just like you are going to be like, yeah, no, actually, he's bringing up really good points. Damn.
You have a Mexican with a face tat.
Look at that Mexican and all the opportunity he's got.
Like, just even the way he fucking talks. You got a Mexican with a face tat. Like, it's just... It's disrespectful. Frog Swamp Person, thank you for 10 months. Bro, we absolutely do not have an equitable society in the U.S. Some people have literally no opportunities presented in their community. Exactly. No, it's literally, he learned that type of shit from Trump. Like, look at my Mexican. Look at my Mexican here. That's fucking,
What about him?
He's a white American with face tattoos, and he's working just with you.
Yeah.
So the fact that people think that they don't have the same opportunity or they can't go create a lifestyle they want, I don't believe in that. I've never worked for anybody in my entire life.
That's not a, what do you even say to that? I've never worked for anybody in my, so you've never had a job. You've never had a real job. Because here's the fucking thing. What he does is not real YouTubing. He probably has people who edit for him, who capture for him. He just walks around and talks shit and follows conspiracy theorists and believes them uncritically. I do not think for a fucking second he sat down for a hard day of actually editing and, by the way, not just editing, research in his fucking life. And he's sitting here like, look, I've never had a job, but everybody else has the same opportunities as me. It's like, no, they don't, dickhead. Other people have to actually work fucking jobs.
I've created everything I have. Who knows what I can do in the next 20 years.
Yeah, same here. I'm 28. So maybe you and I will be
What's your
here.
plans for the future, Andrew?
Man.
Because do you want to make YouTube videos until you're like 60?
Yeah, I want to make YouTube videos until I'm 85.
That'd be sick.
So what do you want to do in the future? What's the long-term plan?
Long-term plan would be, I think what you just saw is actually creating change inside of America, a video that actually created change. And so I'd like to continue making the world a better place, whether it be through cutting off fraud or speaking out against corruption or helping the old lady next to me.
And are you ever worried the Matrix will come for you if you continue to accrue power and influence?
Well, they are. Like, when you say Matrix, like I think that's like the mainstream media or people, but like, who do you think the Matrix is?
I think it's the C-suites of the corporations that own the major news channels.
Yeah, I mean, they can try, but that's why I think it's so important that we have platforms like X. Say the mainstream media hates you, you can still make a business off of people who support you.
Is there
Real rogues gallery there. Real damning with faint praise there. Alex Jones, Candace Owens, Steven Crowder, and Nick Fuentes. That's not the company you want to be in, buddy. I'm just a bunch of closeted, rampant, transphobe, racist wife beaters. Yeah.
Any coverage that you regret at all?
Yeah, there actually is some coverage I think I've like messed up on.
Oh,
not
no
necessarily
shit.
Messed up on, but maybe not have been totally informed, which is hard because when you're making a YouTube video every single week, you just can't be like the expert on every topic. So
see, this is the kind of thing that you kind of learn about when you work jobs is productivity and pipelines and planning, so that you can do your due diligence and research. When you're making a YouTube video every week, you're the one making your schedule. You need to factor that in to the workflow. What the fuck are you talking about? When you make one YouTube video a week, you are in charge of that. It is on you to do that. What the fuck? It's like, well, we can't always be experts on this. Then why are you taking on the topic, dude? If you know nothing about it and you're not going to learn about it, why the fuck are you talking? Why should anybody ever listen to you?
there was a time when I went to Ukraine and I made a video.
Oh, no shit.
And I was missing, I kind of like geographically, I'm from Utah, so all the mountains and stuff, like north, south. And when I was in Ukraine, they asked me, like, do you want to go to where the first place where Russia invaded, which was a place called Busha? And I didn't know, like, whether I was north, south, west. And then somebody interviewed me after, because I had criticized where U.S. tax dollars were going. Somebody interviewed me after asking me, did you go to the east? And I said, well, yeah, I went to Busha. I thought that's where Russia initially invaded. Was one of the main places they invaded before trying to go to Kyiv. So that was like a mistake on my end. And I felt so bad after that. But
you should have quit and never literally done nothing else in your life. You should have gotten a real fucking job. What the fuck are you talking about? Frame Andy, does gatekeeping not exist in journalism? In actual journalism. But that's what is so dangerous about this idea of these citizen reporters, because they aren't actually reporters. They go in, like we were talking about with the anti-vax and the fucking COVID conspiracy documentaries. They go into places that they know they're not going to be, and then take the hesitancy to show them around these places. They go to places they know that people are going to be hostile to them, and then they take that hostility as proof of some kind of wrongdoing, proof that their narrative is true, that there's some kind of fraud, that there's something here. And then that's the extent of their journalism, is this constant consternation and questioning of, like, well, why would they do this if this happens? And it's like, because that's how shit actually fucking works. You don't know that, Nick, because you've never had a fucking job, apparently.
it was just a mistake that we had made, and I just made it publicly. It
just
didn't
a mistake.
make me want to do YouTube less. It was just a learning lesson, which is hard for people to have an actual learning lesson publicly.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd actually like to ask you a question.
What's up?
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, do I think that he is somebody who's going to fundamentally change the structure of the U.S. for the better? I don't think so.
Every Gamer's here. Thank you for subscribing. Kazmax, thank you for following.
So do you think just by flooding the country with 20 million people helped us with affordability? Yeah. It's not a human right to receive citizenship here. If anything, it's an opportunity if you get it, and you got to follow the rules for it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
So
I love how he immediately goes to fucking talking points. He hears one thing that Andrew disagrees with, and he thinks that he's going to start spitting game, and it's just regurgitating the same tepid talking points that he would use against like a leftist or whatever.
I think sympathy towards people who want to come in here has in a lot of ways destroyed the opportunities for our generation.
I think
the sin of empathy even.
Sympathy overpowers your ability to look at a situation objectively, that would be an example of you kind of being hypnotized by the wrong sources of information. But I think you can have sympathy for people struggling with their better life.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Landlords have been raising the prices systematically since the 1980s. I mean,
what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, people moving here raises the house prices, but because we have a overabundance right now of empty housing. And it's not because there's immigrants here. It's because housing companies are sitting on these things. It's a fucking money-making scheme.
They want us to think that because it's an easier scapegoat.
I can't keep stopping every couple of seconds.
When you receive all this immigration, the price of homes has gone up. Has gone up more than normal.
I don't think those two things are connected. If you look
but just based off simple supply and demand.
Just based off simple supply and demand, that has nothing to do with immigration. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Andrew's trying to be well, no, actually, it's a wider issue. He's yeah, but what about simple supply and demand? It gets dumber. How does it get dumber? Somebody in the chat saying how it gets dumber. How? How?
If you bring in 20 million people, they have to be able to sleep in at least 10 million different locations.
Yeah, but we have 340 million people. I mean, I'm just saying home values rising and rent rising is a result of greedy developers, landlords doing price gouging, so many factors. I'm from Seattle, a city with not that much immigration from the border. And since 2013, before all of this stuff, rent had doubled because of Amazon moving their corporate campus downtown.
And H-1B visas and all that stuff.
No, I'm saying Amazon as a tech company themselves bulldozed my home neighborhood, built apartments for their workers who are legal, and most of them are from the US, but from surrounding suburbs, and none of us could afford to live. So we had to all move to other low-income areas around, or just build our own way and move into an RV like I did. So I don't think there's a correlation between home values rising and migrants coming.
I think that'd be very stupid to not be able to come to the conclusion that supply and demand is really rising prices.
What the fuck? He keeps going back to the same thing. Andrew is talking about something completely different Andrew is talking about like real world shit and his actual lived experience with a place that completely undermines the narrative that Nick is going with. And Nick just keeps going back to it because it's literally all he has. It is literally the only way he understands the things around him is through immigration bad. What the fuck? He's like, well, yeah, no, the H-1B visas. And Andrew has to be like, no.
Landlords raise prices when rich people move in because they go, oh, we got some big bucks in town. Like,
yeah, that's how property value works. Like
in Aspen or somewhere.
But just a normal sized home that used to cost $200,000 now costs $300,000.
So you're saying real estate developers see like
because
a bunch
of
of
real
migrants
estate
rolling in town,
inflation.
they go,
You
"Jack these
fucking
prices up, these
moron."
guys rolling in
Renters,
cash."
and then the billionaires are able to come and buy the houses, and it causes the rent to go up, and they're able to charge certain prices, and a migrant can then move in with 8 other migrants, and they can afford rent versus the one person who has a family with 2 children can't go and get that house because
rent is going up because the richest people.
Okay, so the migrants who are also siphoning off all of the welfare. So with their $400 a month checks, they are affording these exorbitant apartments and packing in 8 people into them, and then they're also defrauding everybody and also living the dream, but at the same time they're all on welfare and completely limited by that, but also packing 8 people into a house. Do you see when you lay out their narrative, it just sounds fucking ridiculous? It just sounds absolutely absurd. And then these are the things that he...
in the country don't care about people like you and I. And they're interested in making as much profit as they can and keeping us as poor as possible for as long as they possibly can until regular people can figure out how to get control and get a foothold in the government. I think that they want us to blame migrants because it's easier for them because they don't threaten their power either. So if they can keep us bickering about whether or not this migrant group got here the right way, then nothing will ever change and we're just going to be here forever.
Oh, that was so good I could fucking bust. That was fucking... laying out the oligarch game plan to keep people distracted, the shit that Nick Shirley does for a living. When you go, we just looked through his entire, not his entire, but his recent YouTube feed in the last couple months. That's the shit he does. He is a useful idiot. He's a cog in the machine that lays the blame for all of these issues, not at the oligarchs that, as Andrew lays out here, are the ones actually keeping housing prices high and inflating the markets and playing with these fucking Ponzi schemes, but trying to blame it on the Somalis, trying to blame it on any immigrants he doesn't like. And Andrew fucking just torched that shit. So good. Ooh, no, exactly, Guttergator. I am sorry, I was unfamiliar with your game. Not only completely destroying that narrative, but also laying it at the feet of Nick, who plays an active role in this system. Let's go.
I would like to differ, but I do think there is corruption within the billionaire class here inside the United States. On a matter-of-fact basis, that the issue of supply and demand instantly comes into place when you bring in 20 million people.
If anything, wouldn't they lower the rent?
No, because then they have more competition, and they can raise the prices.
I just don't think that immigrants are increasing the density of New York City.
When you bring in 10 million people, there needs to be 10 million locations. Not 10 million, there needs probably 2 million. Still, that's a lot of infrastructure to be able, that's a lot of building to take place. They're going to be able to raise, it's just a supply and demand issue.
Yeah.
He's so fucking stupid. I would have to be in such good faith that is beyond me to think that, oh, he just doesn't understand the question. Or, oh, even it would be giving him so much goodwill to be like, well, no, he's just diverting because this fits his goal better. When the truth, I think, is that he literally doesn't understand what's happening. Yeah, no, his dialogue tree is fucking looping. I literally think he does not understand what the conversation he's taking part in is about, and he is just repeating the only thing he has in his vocabulary, like an Oblivion NPC. Exactly. Oh, man.
I just think we fundamentally disagree on that, knowing how just greedy developers are in general. You know,
if people aren't able to afford it, then they have to get Section 8, and then they get stuck in that system where if you make more than $40,000, you're going to lose your Section 8. And then if you go and do better, like the lower class is trapped here inside the United States because
the middle class has been.
Okay, so again, he's talking about how the lower class is trapped here inside the United States, but then also everybody has equal opportunity, and can just get up and pull themselves up by their bootstraps? Halt, citizen. God damn.
Erased by corporatization.
Yeah, and so there's
the small business sector's been gutted since Reagan.
Yeah, there's a huge issue with affordability in housing, and I think we'd be in a better place if we didn't just let in 10 million people through our borders.
Well, I guess we'll have to see. I hope that you're right, because that's what Trump is doing. You know, if the border's closed and in 15 years, everybody my age is just living happily in a three-bedroom family home.
Prices will continue to go up because they go up over time, but at the rate that they were going up was unacceptable, and it screwed over me and your generation. Like, how are people supposed to be able to buy homes?
We can't.
Exactly.
But you think closing the border will make it so we can buy a home?
Well, the effect's already in place. The inflation already went up, of the houses and the prices have gone up, and the wasteful spending has increased as well. And who's profiting? The billionaires and the politicians.
What?
Who's profiting from this? The billionaires and the politicians. Trump, billionaire politician, who's making billions on this, on all of this bullshit, but good guy, helping us. Just rocks in his brain. Just rocks. That's giving a lot of fucking credit that there's anything in there.
I think they have a vested interest in making sure
And the
nothing
NGOs.
changes.
I don't think so. I think there's bad billionaires, and I think there's good billionaires in this world. And I think a lot of billionaires are trying to make a lot of change here in this world. And I think they create a lot of opportunity. You talk about Amazon. Well, Amazon also employs hundreds of thousands of people here inside the United States.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just
he doesn't know what benevolent means. Benevolent. What the fuck does he say? Benevolent. What the fuck did he just say? He doesn't know what that means. I can't. This is a 23-year-old. And I talked about this, like the chud graper dipshit who interviewed Destiny's Son the other day, who didn't know what the word autonomy meant, but he could talk about density and weight and shit regarding flat earth and government conspiracies because he had just heard those talking points, and in their circles they hear them so often ad nauseum that it just becomes the facts that they know. And you can see that exact same thing happening here. Where when was the last book this dipshit probably picked up was Dr. Seuss when his age was in the single digits, right? He doesn't know what the word benevolent means in regards to billionaires, but he can talk about, supply and demand. He also very obviously has no idea about any economic concepts, but he repeats them repeatedly. I realize that's repetitive. I realize that's, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, see now, fuck. Listening to this guy so long, I'm forgetting words.
And I think they create a lot of opportunity. You talk about Amazon. Well, Amazon also employs hundreds of thousands of people here inside the United States.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just
look at my fucking independent chud journalist, dog. Look at, but somebody was talking about earlier is like, isn't there gatekeeping for journalism? Like how can you, the dude, I wonder if he could spell his own fucking name. What do you mean? Like, what was the last paper you think he wrote? What was the last, like, words you think he actually wrote down? That's crazy. Redundant. Thank you, Jenny Bean. That was redundant was the correct one.
Well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president. I think he's a good one. I think Elon Musk. I think what he's doing is creating innovation. He provides lots of jobs to people. I think that's a good one. And then the third one, I'd have to think about that. Like, I
don't think he knows another one. Again, I think those are literally the people that he has been programmed by his influences, by his surroundings, by the communities that he runs, and he's been programmed to reflexively defend those dipshits and then just be like, yeah, I don't know, a third billionaire. That's crazy. I think it's just Elon and Trump mostly. It's like you can't even like throw out a Bezos, throw out a fucking Peter Thiel, like something.
David Sachs, he's looking for innovation inside of AI and crypto. I think that's a good thing to be happening. I think
of course you do.
All the guys on the All In podcast, I had a conversation with them on their podcast. I think they're looking out for the best of America.
No, he named him. He named him. It was just like also a dude he was on a podcast with. Why again? Why would anybody have, like, at a certain point, I understand why Andrew Callahan is revealing this idiot to be a just mouth-breathing knuckle-jagger. But the only thing he really accomplishes, anybody having Nick in the room on any podcast, like, I want to ask you, somebody who doesn't know what the word benevolent means, let alone how it's said, does that strike you as somebody who has a lot of insight into Silicon Valley, the AI tech space, crypto? Does it seem like somebody who really knows the ins and out of economic mobility? Just understand, does it seem like the things that he has completely just repeated over and over about supply and demand, does it seem like he understands the basics of those systems? No. The only function he plays is as a propagandist to Gen Z, where all of these Silicon Valley vampires look at and they're like, yeah, we need to reach out. We need to be more popular with the kids. Who's a big name? And they will see some dipshit like this who has over 1 million subscribers and be like, yeah, let's get him on and explain our worldview to him and completely sell propaganda to him so he can uncritically shill that to his audience of similar mouth breathers. Oh yeah,
I think a lot of the people are. I think a lot of the billionaires are actually trying to make a difference in this world with their money they have, because you don't need $1 billion, and they know that they are able to use their resources.
Oh, that's the fucking. It feels ableist to post this interview of him. Look, chat. I know we're dark woke, and part of dark woke, part of my version of dark woke, we don't say the R slur. Right, we don't make fun of somebody that's kept in the past. That's cringe. That's lame. That's schoolyard insults from when I was fucking 10. Like, we gotta grow. We gotta evolve. We gotta get more creative. We say this instead. We say this instead. That's fucking. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that's pretty brutal. 14-year-old cousin who just got really into politics at Thanksgiving dinner. Who are the 3 most benevolent billionaires? What do you mean by the word benevolent? Oh, man. Oh, man. This guy's coworker energy. His brain is mainly working in stereotypes and first page Google results. Yeah. That's honestly, that's giving him way more credit. This was like watching a pro athlete play against a middle schooler. Yeah. You should have said something about Charlie Kirk. I did. No, you didn't. I did. It's in this video. Well, I didn't watch it. You should. I don't want to. Feels like a pretty succinct summation of how this guy sources info. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh, that's fucking vicious.
Well, then why do they virtually get, taxed almost nothing while the basically bottom 99% have to give solid 20-30% of our income to the state?
Yeah, it's unfair for us, and but that's also how businesses are set up. So if you're running a business, Elon Musk, they had to actually add on an extra number inside the IRS so he could pay taxes.
Yeah.
So people are mad at him for making money.
Yeah, I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying
that's
is
what
true,
people are mad about him for.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah,
I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because the affordability is insane and people can't buy houses.
What do you mean, our people? Hold up a minute. Come here. For our people, what do you mean by that? Why did you say that word like that? What do you mean, our people? Huh? What do you mean?
And if we're talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing it.
God, what movie is that? Now I'm thinking if there's a. What do you mean, you people? What do you mean, you people? It's a black and white guy. What movie is that? Chat, early 2000 comedy brains, early 2000 comedy heads hit me. What is that? Tropic Thunder. Yep. You got it. Got it in one. What do you mean, you people? What do you mean, you people? Great. Yep. I heard it in Robert Downey's voice. Okay. Yeah. God, I should fucking watch Tropic Thunder. I haven't seen that movie in so long. It's so fucking good. So fucking good.
we're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
In Minneapolis, but there's innovation happening elsewhere.
Yes, but there's so many restraints happening. Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering.
Yeah. Nashville's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
Denver.
Why are you smirking? It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either. Yeah, so I think you're...
What the fuck? Trust me, dog. What? He gives you an example, and you're like, well, yeah, but no. Actually.
We're seeing is the right is looking to have innovation, looking to succeed, and you're seeing left locations like Democrat-ran cities not prospering. In fact, they're going backwards.
Those are also the most expensive cities, and they generate the large majority of the tax revenue for the entire country. The San Francisco Bay Area, which is a blue city, probably generates more tax revenue.
Yeah, also, Nick needs to... So, Andrew is correctly, again, asserting here that, like, all of these major cities that are Democrat-run are major centers of trade, major economic centers, major tech centers. San Francisco, Silicon Valley, Seattle, LA, New York. Like, if you were to carve out all of the Dem cities, there's not a whole lot left of productivity and the economy in America that can go on its own. Also, yeah, Austin, again, these major cities, even if they are in red states, are predominantly blue, because guess what? That's what happens when you have a mass of people working and living together. They kind of all want to act in their own interest. That's just kind of how it happens.
That's used for programs in the entire American South, excluding Atlanta.
Yeah, it probably tells you why there's so much corruption, why there's so much bad, because you use the word programs.
Not programs, all tax revenues, so highways, you know, basically every single thing that we need taxable subsidies for. So these still are economic powerhouses. Like, even money made in a blue state still cycles back on a federal level to benefit, you know, everything that we use tax money for. The post office, fire stations, cops, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's like,
why are cities, why is California trying to essentially push out the billionaires by imposing another 5% tax on these people, when billionaires are literally the one who create opportunities?
Oh, billionaires are the ones who create, oh, okay. It's, billionaires are the ones who, why are they trying to charge more for the poor billionaires to pay for literally everything? Meanwhile, people who work for Amazon, again, this idea of, like, he wants to talk about, on one hand, he is aware and can't avoid the reality that upward mobility is hard. He was talking about how, like, yeah, well, then people are stuck in their, you know, they can't move up in the world, and they're stuck in their economic sector, or whatever dumbass parlance he used. And then he wants to suck off billionaires for giving people jobs, and then talk about how, you know, Amazon, the billionaires, they're so great, and they're paying for all this stuff, and they drive innovation. Amazon employs all these people. And then he doesn't want to talk about how the actual conditions at those places are primarily the reason, A, why billionaires' salaries keep going up while everybody else's money is stagnating. Because these fuckers are pillaging and plundering literally everything they can from the economy, and walking, and all on the backs of the people they employ and give opportunities. Fuck off, dude.
And they create jobs for people. Yet the people who you support, because you say you're left-leaning, are the ones pushing them out.
Well, billionaires are choosing to leave because they don't want to pay an extra 5%, which should kind of tell you what billionaires are about, right?
Yeah, because they're not able to then pay their employees as much.
I think they'd be able to pay them.
They're not able to, no. But they are able to pay their employees that much. The reason why people are increasing the taxes is because they keep making more and more fucking money while their employees don't. It is an untenable economic bubble that we're in. It's like, well, yeah, you can, oh my God, dude.
$1 billion is not the difference $2 billion to a billionaire. You can't buy, if you have $1 billion, that you can buy a $10 million house, you can buy a $20 million house. There's no difference. The thing is they're going to face different restrictions inside of a Democrat-run state than they are in a Republican state. That's why they all moved to Texas.
Yeah.
That's why now Elon Musk, he moved to Texas.
Yeah, they're moving to Texas to save money because they don't want their money to be taken and go to the poor.
No. And what happens in California? $24 billion went missing, Andrew.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you that Gavin Newsom and the NGO industrial complex is embezzling the funds. But those, to me, I know this is probably going to sound crazy, I view them as, like, not necessarily having the best interest of the people in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. See, yeah, I was unfamiliar with the Andrew Callahan's game.
And those are the people
Straight
we
up.
support.
I don't vote for California Democrats.
Yeah, like what? Again, this zero-sum game that Nick Shirley wants to play of like good guy, bad guy, team sport bullshit, which by the way is not again how you become a good journalist, because you are going into literally any political story then with a pre-given slant, which obviously we understand he already does, but.
You're supporting the left. And right now you have the opportunity to support people who are actually trying to create innovation, change the country.
But they're not!
You have the opportunity to. So does everyone watching this video. And if you think that deporting an illegal migrant is wrong, the word is illegal. If you think cracking down on fraud is bad, the word is fraud.
Again, you want to... He's running it back. He's doing he's just reiterating the only talking points he has.
If you think cracking down on the word corruption is wrong, the word's corruption. If you think a girl should be able to play, or a boy should be able to play in a female sport, it's a...
Hey bro, what the fuck do trans people have to do with this? I talk about it in the video that I put out today on how trans people are just being scapegoated. This is a perfect example. There's literally nothing at all in any part of this conversation that we've watched the entirety of together. There's been nothing about trans people, and he's like, oh, this is my fucking time to strike. Let me tell you about boys and girls sports, because I watched the movie Lady Ballers and I pretend that's a documentary. God damn, dude. That's... He got in under the clock. He's got 10 minutes to spare, and he's like, oh shit, trans people, right. I got a fucking State Department talking points, my bad. That's crazy. That's like a fucking side tackle from Out of Frame. That's... I feel blindsided by that.
Girl, or it's a boy playing against girls. What society benefits have come from the left?
We haven't had a sizable leftist political party in American history.
You had Joe Biden.
Oh, it was just the timing of that was so good, because I was about to pause it to talk about Andrew's point that we haven't had a leftist political party, which he's absolutely right. And the first thing Nick says is, we had Joe Biden? That's so fucking good for me. Let's fucking go, dude.
Liberals. Centrist liberals. Defending elite interests.
And you had Obama.
Centrist liberal defending elite interests.
So who are you going to...
Ooh, let's fuck... Okay, all right, Andrew. All right, Andrew. Centrist liberal defending elite interests. Putting words on it. Let's fucking go. Let's go.
Support. You need to support somebody.
You're telling me that if you can point me in the right direction of a guy, but I don't see...
Stuff's happening right now. People can't afford houses right now. And then you're talking about
who am I gonna vote
people
for?
Moving out of California.
No, I support...
You're talking about programs.
I support...
That's the reason why it's so...
You're talking about programs? What?
California's one of the most expensive states in America.
I support voting on a local level especially. I think that's probably the most important thing you can do. So I support voting on a local level for sure.
And if we want to create change nationally, if you have to support somebody, you have to choose.
Now we have to choose.
So if you have to choose between the Democrats and Republicans...
Well, you just said yourself that...
Not the Republicans. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
That the corporate media machine is on the verge of collapse. What makes you think the two-party electoral system is going to last any longer?
Quite frankly, it'll be impossible for an independent group at this point in time. I think in 50 years, when the boomers are gone, mainstream media will die. But as of right now, they're still going to thrive. And right now, in this moment of time, we have to choose who's going to create the most innovation and change and make America a more prosperous country.
But Trump can't even release the Epstein files.
That's my man. That's what's up. That's what's up. I'm all for Andrew Callahan for president. Let's fucking go.
He has released them, and he did react, and that's his Achilles heel, is this Epstein file thing.
Yeah.
So we can't do anything about that. But what we can do is talk about fraud. We can talk about homelessness.
That's fucking crazy. He's like, well, we can't do anything about that. The way he pivoted from that shit so quick, where he was like, yeah, that's a problem, but we can't do anything. We just gotta let them do that. But I can talk about Somalian people and fraud. It's like, okay, what? So wait, hold up a minute. Hold up, buddy. Why is the president probably possibly being a pedophile and or murderer not a bigger deal to you? Because like you really brush that off in a very conspicuous way.
We can talk about all of our money going to, it's like we can talk about going back to fraud.
No, it literally is I think it was Brutus brought up, it's like an Oblivion NPC. It's literally like an RPG menu, like dialogue web, where it's like, I can't talk about that right now. I'm sorry, I'm busy right now. And he just pings off to another thing that you can talk about. It's awesome, dude.
About 7% of our taxes going to fraud. We can talk about how $24 billion went missing for homelessness in California and how they're incentivized to keep people homeless so they can continue receiving money from the state.
Yeah, that's all true.
Right? Mm-hmm. So we can actually do stuff that creates change. We can't tell Trump to go release the Epstein files. And it's just because you support Trump doesn't mean you support everything he does. But he's the man in office right now, and you do need to think who's going to be able to create the change. And how are we supposed to be able to do it?
Sorry, he's in office, so I'm saying now is the chance to prove to people like me and like other people that positive change can happen. And if he does, it's Team Trump
I would
forever.
say he's trying to,
Yeah.
but you're seeing what happens when he says he wants to go deport illegal migrants.
You're seeing what happens when they have total control of every aspect and are completely trampling over the checks and balances that we were told keep our institutions safe and in check, and any emoluments and all this shit. You're seeing what happens when they just completely tear through and rampage through American cities. Oh, hang on, chat. Oh, wait. Koa's home. Hey, baby, I'm just about done. Love you.
Leftist judge block his orders,
damn, it's already
or when
9.
he wants
Holy
to deploy
shit.
the National Guard to Chicago to make it a safer place. Democrats weaponize it. Like, do you agree that Chicago's a safe place? Would you agree that the west side or south side of Chicago is a safe place?
I think that the west side and the south side are not safe places. However, I'm not sure how deploying the National Guard to that particular ICE facility out west is going to change the situations in O Block or somewhere like that.
Okay, so take a look at Memphis, for instance. They allowed the National Guard to go in there. Or if you take a look at Washington, D.C., they allowed the National Guard to go in there, and crime significantly went down. In 2025, murders are the lowest they've been in years.
Well, they've been declining steadily since '94.
It's the lowest they've been in years.
One thing I'm going to push back.
Yeah, no, again, like, it's the lowest they've been in years. Okay, you're agreeing with what you're saying, but you don't understand, again, the conversation that's happening here.
Back on
All right,
two
I
is the
gotta get through this. We got
conservative
less than 10
America
minutes.
was
We
in
can
its
make
most
it,
dangerous
chat. We
point
can do
before Trump
this.
started cracking down. If you look at a graph, homicides have been trending downward since the mid to late 90s for a long time. We're actually in the safest time. Every single year gets more safe than the last. And of course, there are certain cities like St. Louis, Baltimore, Memphis that will always have some degree of violence, but things are not that bad in the U.S. as far as gun violence goes. They're really getting a lot better. So if things continue, I think that we'll gradually be able to root out the problem.
If you look at the graph, it's an exponential drop in violence here in the United States.
I wouldn't say exponential. I mean, I think
it's a
if
pretty
you look
large
at the video we did about Baltimore, that they were able to cut homicides in half, and Trump didn't send anybody there. They did it all, inside the community.
Yeah, it's amazing. Cheers for Baltimore for doing that. Maybe if places in Chicago took that same initiative, it would happen, but they're not. So therefore, we have to trust the people in office who have the power to actually go make a change.
So therefore, we have to send in militarized units to occupy cities.
Send in National Guard and to actually use them to make that place a safer place.
So what would they do in a place like South Chicago where you have like 50 blocks that are in food deserts with no health care?
If you had a National Guard man patrolling the streets, do you think young gangsters would feel emboldened to go and steal from the gas station?
Yeah.
Like, we have the military, we have them, we have law enforcement.
Lady, hey, stop it. What a absolutely fucking psychotic little worm. The idea of like, well, yeah, we just need Gestapo walking the streets, and that way people won't have guns.
We have laws. People haven't always been walking around in shiesties and shooting people up.
They've always been shooting people. The shiesties came from Pooh Shiesty, who, by the way, is free now, and he's back in Memphis, so the homicides might be going up.
They're actually going down because the National Guard was there in Memphis.
Well, I heard his song, and he said the war's back on, whatever, but that's probably not reflective of the data.
So, like, everything we're talking about,
that's fucking
like,
funny.
They're trying to make a difference here in the United States, and we should also be trying to create change with our platforms and with our journalism. What I just did is I exposed fraud, and within I think it was the next day, they freeze funding for childcare in Minnesota.
Why does he look so old? It's either inbreeding or just being a conservative. At this point, it's neck and neck. It's hard to tell.
Minnesota, until a business can prove they're legit. All they have to do is prove they're legit. But no business has been able to send them proof of legitimacy inside of Minnesota. What does that tell you?
But you mentioned the ABC Learning Center in particular.
Yes.
And I mentioned that they did, I'm not sure if this is real or not, but they did release footage of kids entering and exiting the building during operating hours on the same day that you guys were there.
And their capacity is for 40 children. In that video, there was 12 children, and that place receives $1 million.
But you do admit there was kids.
Yes, and I don't doubt that there are kids inside of some of these daycares. It'd be very stupid of a business receiving millions of dollars and not to show face with a few kids. It'd be very stupid.
Do you see also how some people could say that you pull up with a couple dudes and cameras and they would get suspicious and not want to let you guys inside?
I can understand that, but they should be able to say, and when I ask the question, how do I enroll my son, little Joe, into daycare?
Well, there's probably not
If
that
they
many.
Again, like he just completely fucking misses it. Goes right over his head. Do you understand how it's weird? Nobody's gonna want to talk to you when you're rolling up with sunglasses and a bunch of unidentified people in a camera crew and they all have masks on. He's like, yeah, but they should be able to still let me. It's like, no. The first part is the important part. That you are a fucking weirdo and people don't want to interact with you, and that's why the interaction is ending there, dude. Like you are lying, and people can easily see through it. What the?
Somali kids named Joey in Minneapolis.
Okay, so then why is it only for Somalians inside these daycares? Where's the white little kids inside these daycares?
Maybe they don't go to like federally funded daycares. They get probably taken by their white parents to.
So who's being robbed?
I suppose in this premise, the taxpayer.
Yes, the hardworking taxpayer.
The hardworking taxpayer. Again, this idea that they care about, they genuinely care that people are being robbed by the taxpayer. No, they don't. There's infinitely more money being spent, infinitely more of our GDP and our national debt is taken up funding the military-industrial complex, funding shit like Trump's rampant wars, funding shit like ICE, funding shit like, or even just stripping shit away from the social safety nets that we should have. So I don't buy this line that like, well, yeah, the hardworking American taxpayer, because you don't actually give a fuck about that. You only care about it when it's a valuable talking point that you can use to lob against another group.
While Somalians are taking and committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
Have you ever personally been defrauded?
What did I just say? Somalians are committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota. Not so subtly trying to lay that at the feet, trying to picture it as 89% of all Somalians are engaged in fraud.
I have.
What happened?
I gave a man money thinking that he was going to give me back on a loan, and he never did.
Did you try to pursue any judicial means to get accountability for that?
In the process right now.
Wow, that would be a crazy full circle moment. Don't you see this as potentially being a story that really evolves into a probe of the Democratic establishment in Minnesota and how they're kind of sloppily just allocating all these different federal and state funds as opposed to specifically highlighting the Somali community? Or do you see it as both?
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians.
Where exactly is that statistic from?
You can pull it up on the screen. You'll find it.
I just want to know where it's from.
You want me to find it right now?
For sure, just so I can, I don't know, I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact.
Here, right here. Yeah, and it's not racist to say it. And when I go to the daycares, there's not a single white person running any.
As we, again, they pulled that from the AI summary, which we found traces back to either Trump or very likely it was pulling it from a fucking Facebook meme that is completely misrepresentative of the actual overall per capita numbers. Shocking. Shocking.
Daycares, not a single white woman opened up the door. A lot of them could barely even speak English. Yeah, then you also have another issue with it is these people are Muslim. Muslims rarely have 4 wives.
What? Oh my God. Dude, first off, you don't get to be like, yeah, I'm Mormon. I'm a proud member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You don't get to be a Mormon and talk about Joseph Smith being, yeah, no, Joseph Smith is a prophet and all this shit, and then be like, these Muslims, though, let me tell you, they allow people to have 4 wives. Buddy. Butterball. You don't want to go bar for bar on the bullshit religions allow when you're repping Mormonism. You don't. Just fucking trust me, dude. You want to stay far away from this. Yeah, he is just racist. He is just reiterating the same bullshit. And I'm like, what do we want to say that he's going to mention Sharia in the last 2 minutes of this?
And inside of these daycares, who's all working inside the daycare? Women.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah?
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype?
Negative stereotype. How many wives would you like to have?
As many as God will give you.
I grew up with 2 mothers and I absolutely loved it.
The general population, 99% of the population in Utah, do not. That's why also going back to the point of being called why we don't call ourselves Mormons, because you can misconceptualize that with groups that left the original Church of Jesus Christ.
Well, I would argue that less than 1% of Muslims in America have more than a single wife.
I don't know. Their religion allows them to have it, Maybe if they are, good for them. But that is a thing that they are able to have 4 wives. It's in their religion, and it's not against the law.
I'm just saying, when's the last time you seen a Muslim guy with just 4 wives?
Well, they treat their woman differently. You'll never see a man. You'll never see a Muslim.
Again, dude, being a fucking Mormon and being like, well, they don't treat their women right. They don't treat their women nicely. Like, don't you sleep in like separate beds and shit? I mean, I'm saying hypothetically because obviously, does this guy seem like somebody who's gonna be rushing off to Rumspringa or whatever the fuck they get married with? I don't know Mormons. No, Rumspringa is Amish, isn't it? Sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad. I'm sorry, Amish. I don't mean Amish people to be catching strays like that.
Man praying side by side with his wife. They're treated differently.
So you feel like there's societal and cultural differences that make people from Islamic societies incompatible with the U.S.?
I think if you ask a Muslim man, if we were to go to war with a country in the Middle East, ask them who they would support. That will tell you everything you need to know.
What the fuck is that? Like I could tell he thought he was cooking with that. I could tell he thought he was going to be like, no, I tell you what I think. You really need to, like, this will really bake your noodle. Ask a Muslim man who he sides with if America goes to war in the Middle East. And that'll tell you everything you need to know. Like the tens of thousands of active duty U.S. military who are Muslim and have been for decades. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I do. Apologies to the Amish in chat. That's my bad. That's my bad. Gato Surfer 2, thank you for following. Skeleton Jackdaw and Broken Mononoke, thank you for following.
I'm on it.
Yeah, and with the daycare fraud, there's legit videos. You can find them. These daycare owners then going and giving the woman cash, and that's why you also have 81% living on welfare, because a lot of the women don't have to claim the money that they just received from working from these daycares. It's a whole entire corporation. You have daycares, you have home health cares, you have adult daycares, you have transportation companies, you have translators that take these people to the hospital, and they're all working for that same group, and they're all receiving millions of dollars.
Yeah, the NGO iceberg is pretty crazy.
And so why would you be actually doing paperwork correctly or giving these women paperwork if you know
I genuinely wish this wasn't the end of it, because his brain is devolving into a putty-like substance at this point. You can see that he is getting more and more tired and less able to process what's happening or convey what he thinks is happening, because this is just fucking nonsense.
You don't pay them on paper, you can just give them cash.
Yeah.
And then they can go and claim welfare and get food stamps and then claim housing and get free housing. Why would you do that? Obviously it's fraud. But it's screwing over Americans.
Well, it's time to stop getting screwed.
I 100% agree. And so we have the opportunity to make that change, and we have to do it, or else
we're going to keep getting screwed.
We're going to keep getting screwed.
And, I think that's the Nick Shirley, Andrew Callahan message, is whoever you are, stop screwing us.
Yes.
All right, bro. Appreciate your time.
Channel 5 Live.
That's... I don't know, chat. That was one of the videos of all time, honestly. That's fucking crazy. There's a lot there. There's a lot there. That's, oof. Oofta. Alrighty, chat. If you haven't done the thing yet, be sure to like, subscribe, check out the latest video. It's popping off right now. I'm going to have plenty of other videos, so make sure you have notifications on. I think there's a problem with the channel. People still are telling me that, like, oh, hey, I didn't get notifications for your videos. Hopefully that's changing. Like I said, the video I put out today is kind of popping off, which is a nice change of pace for me. And there will definitely be more pop culture critique in the future. So if you like that, let me know if there's other stuff you want me to look at. I'm considering actually taking a look at the American or hillbilly elegy bullshit and kind of tearing it apart, because fuck the couch fucker. Oxpecker, thank you very much for 100 biddies. By the way, Rin Vixen is raising money to resolve a life-threatening dental emergency she currently can't afford. I have a clip of her highlighting the details. Tell you what, I was going to go over to, is Rin? Yeah, Rin's streaming. Let's go over, say hi to Rin, and give some support over there and help. And I would appreciate that. Thank you all so much. If you haven't yet, please like, subscribe. We are looking to get up to 100 or 10,000 viewers, followers over on Twitch. We are currently at 9,400. We have made some real bounds. We've gained like 500 in the last month, so I know we can do it. If you haven't, is there a chance? Do you think by having Nick Shirley on, there's a chance it could unfortunately boost Nick Shirley's viewpoints just by that comment section? I don't think so, but thank you so much to everybody who's watched and enjoyed the conversation today. I will see y'all Wednesday, and